Hello, welcome. If you enjoy my work, check that you've rated the show. And do me a big favor and drop a comment below to help encourage the algorithm to show this episode to more people like you. It could be where you're listening from, the time there, your favorite story in history, anything. I read every note. Every treaty has two faces. There's the one you're shown, read aloud for everyone to hear, sealed with wax, hung on a wall, printed in the textbooks. And then there's the hidden treaty, the annex no clerk was meant to copy, the side notes passed under the table, the public legalese that have private definitions only a handful of people knew about. We tend to think the world is governed by the documents we can read. But every now and then, the real deal was the part kept in the dark. Tonight, we go looking for the real deals, those hidden behind the famous ones. And here's the thing about a secret clause. It doesn't shout, it waits. It carves up a nation, or arms a war, or buys a man's silence, invisibly, sometimes for 50 years. Sometimes for a century. And then, almost always, the secret clause becomes known, and the gap between what the world was told and the reality behind it becomes the very detail that completely changes history. These are the treaties whose true terms were never meant for you. And every one of them changed the world while no one was looking. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. We are close towards a milestone for this little channel. 500 followers. It is not much, I know, but it is progress, and I cannot get there without your help. So if you have enjoyed one of my episodes, share it with a friend who would too, and follow if you have not. It matters more than it should. Thank you. Now, let's settle in, lower the lights. Let your shoulders drop. Put your phone out of reach. The first story we slip into tonight is dark and full of smoke and mirrors, and a long, long way from here. Moscow, the Kremlin. Late, past midnight now, on into the early hours of the 24th of August, 1939. The room is thick with cigarette smoke. There's been champagne. There's a map of Eastern Europe spread across the table. A real map, a working map, the kind with rivers marked on it, and the men leaning over it are not, by any measure, friends. For 10 years, their two governments have called each other the deadliest threat civilization has ever faced. Berlin has built an entire creed on the destruction of what Moscow stands for. Moscow has returned the compliment. Daily, in every newspaper, it prints. And yet here they are. The German foreign minister has flown in for this. The Soviet foreign minister is across the table from him. And the master of the house, the patient one, the one who has let the democracies of the West court him for months, and chosen, in the end, his sworn enemy instead, moves among them, watching, saying little. There's a document on the table. The world will read about that one by morning. A treaty of non-aggression, a solemn pledge that these two great powers will not make war on one another. A peace. The newspapers of two continents will carry it as a thunderclap, an impossible handshake, the deal nobody saw coming. And it is real. The signatures going onto it are real. But it isn't the page that matters, because beneath it, under that public peace, signed the very same night, by the very same hands, there is a second page, and this one, no one outside this room is meant to see. It carries no grand title. It will be filed away and locked away and denied for half a century. And what it does is run a pen down that map on the table and draw a line through other people's countries. It takes nations that are sleeping tonight, certain of their own borders, and quietly divides them between the two men in this room. Who gets the North? Who gets the East? Who gets the small republics that have no idea they are, at this exact moment, being handed across a table like furniture? The public page promises peace. The secret page is the war. Now, someone raises a glass. The master of the house is toasted. His health, his future. And the foreign minister who flew in for this lifts his glass too and drinks to the man's good health. Sincerely, gladly, the way you'd toast a partner you trusted. We'll come back to this room. We'll come back to that second page and to what it cost, and to the 50 years it took, and the 2 million people it finally took to drag it into the light. It sits at the very peak of tonight's journey, and we have a long way still to climb before we reach it. But hold the image. That's the whole of it, right there. The thing this entire night is about. The clause behind the clause. The deal beneath the deal. The signature you were never supposed to read. Let me take you somewhere a little brighter first. Somewhere with music and laughter and a great deal of charm. Because the man at the center of our first story was, by all accounts, delightful company. And he was also one of the most quietly cynical operators ever to sit on the English throne. His name was Charles II, and they called him the Merry Monarch. He'd earned the name after the grey years of civil war and Cromwell's Republic, after his own father had lost his head to the executioner's axe. Charles had come back to a kingdom starved of pleasure, and given it pleasure in abundance. The theatres reopened, the court sparkled. He kept his spaniels and his mistresses, and his easy wit, and the people who met him, even the ones who came determined to dislike him, tended to leave charmed. A likable king. Genuinely. But here's the thing about Charles. Behind the charm sat a problem. And the problem never went away. And the problem shaped everything he did. He was broke. Perpetually. Structurally. Humiliatingly broke. Now, a king being short of money sounds almost quaint. It wasn't. In Charles's England, the money lived with Parliament. Every war he might want to fight, every fleet he might want to build, every ambition and every pleasure, all of it ran through a Parliament that held the purse and, increasingly, held its suspicions. They gave him money in trickles, and they attached strings, and they watched him. And a king who must go cap in hand to a room full of men who distrust him is not, in any real sense, free. Charles felt that lack of freedom every single day, and he wanted out from under it. There was another thing about Charles too, and this one he kept much closer. In public, he was the head of the Protestant Church of England, the defender of the Anglican faith, exactly as the crown required. In private, his sympathies leaned the other way, toward Rome, toward Catholicism. How deep that leaning ran, even now, historians still debate. And we'll come back to that, because it matters more than you'd think. But the sympathy was real, and it was dangerous, because in 17th century England, a Catholic king was the great nightmare, the thing Parliament feared above all else. So here is a king who is charming and broke, and secretly drawn to a forbidden faith. And across the water sat his cousin, the one man in Europe with the money to solve every part of that, Louis XIV of France, the Sun King. The absolute monarch other monarchs measured themselves against, who answered to no parliament, who bent his whole vast kingdom to his single will. Louis had everything Charles lacked. He had limitless funds. He had ambition pointed squarely at the Protestant Dutch Republic, which stood in the way of French expansion. And he had a use for England, or rather, a use for England's neutrality, and better still, England's alliance. These two men were first cousins, and what passed between them would be one of the most cynical bargains a sitting king ever made with a foreign power. But watch how they made it, because Charles didn't route this through ambassadors. He didn't route it through his ministers, most of whom never knew. He routed it through his own family. Her name was Henrietta Anne, though Charles called her Minette, the way you'd call a beloved little sister by the name only family uses. She was his youngest sister, and he adored her, and by a turn of dynastic marriage, she had become the sister-in-law of Louis himself, married to the French king's own brother, which made her the perfect courier. A king's sister can cross the channel and be received at the French court and sit in private rooms with the Sun King, and no one blinks because it's family. It's a visit. It's affection. And so the negotiation for the secret sale of England's foreign policy was carried in person by a woman whose only qualification was that two kings both loved and trusted her. State treason, wrapped in the warmth of a family reunion. And there's something quietly chilling in that, the way the most intimate trust a man has can be turned gently into the most useful instrument he owns. She did her work. She carried the terms. And then, and this is the part that always stops me, within weeks of the signing, Minette was dead, suddenly, in June of 1670. The courier who carried the secret was gone almost before the wax had cooled, and the document she'd helped broker would stay hidden in the dark for 101 years. So what was actually in it? On the 1st of June, 1670, at Dover, Charles secretly signed, and the terms were these. He pledged, privately, in writing, to a foreign Catholic king, that he would publicly declare himself a Roman Catholic. He didn't have to do it tomorrow. The wording gave him room. He would convert as soon as the affairs of his kingdom permit. But the pledge was there, in ink. The Protestant head of the Church of England promised the Sun King he would turn Catholic. And there was more. Charles also bound himself to join Louis in his coming war to crush the Protestant Dutch Republic. England's foreign policy, its fleets, its enmities, the lives of its sailors, handed over as part of the deal. And what did Charles get? He got money. A secret pension from France of £230,000 a year, paid quietly, invisibly, owing nothing to Parliament. He got roughly 2 million crowns more toward the costs of the conversion itself. And he got a promise that should make the hair on your neck stand up. He got soldiers, 6,000 French troops, to be sent onto English soil if needed, to put down any rebellion his own people might raise when their king turned Catholic on them. Sit with that one for a moment. An English king privately arranged for a foreign army to stand ready to suppress his own subjects, not to defend the realm, to defend him against the realm, in the event that the realm objected to being dragged toward Rome. And the men who ran his government? Most of them had no idea. The full secret, the conversion, the troops, the whole shape of it, was known to only a tiny inner ring. A pair of Catholic-leaning ministers, Thomas Clifford and the Earl of Arlington, who signed it and kept it. A couple of others. That's all. The conversion clause was hidden not just from foreign courts, not just from the English public, but from the king's own ministers. The very men meant to advise the crown were locked outside the most important thing the crown had done. Which brings us to the genius of it. The cynical, cold, almost beautiful genius of it. Because how do you hide a deal that large? A deal involving a foreign pension, a foreign war, and the king's own religion? You build a second treaty, a fake one. Months later, on the 21st of December, 1670, a public treaty was signed. And this one was a deliberate forgery of intent, what the French themselves called a traité simulé, a sham treaty. It copied over the safe parts, the alliance against the Dutch, the military arrangements, the things that could survive daylight. And it quietly, surgically, removed the one clause that could destroy a king. The conversion. Gone. Not in the public version, as if it had never been written. And here's the cruelest, sharpest detail of the whole affair. To negotiate this fake public treaty, Charles used a man who didn't know the real one existed. George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham, a Protestant, one of the king's own ministers, a man who would have been horrified by the truth. Buckingham was sent off to hammer out the terms of the sham treaty, believing he was doing the real diplomacy of the realm. He worked at it. He brought it home. And by the accounts that survive, he was rather pleased with himself, amazed even at how smoothly the whole thing had gone, how readily the French had agreed. Of course it went smoothly. The real deal had been signed and sealed and locked away 6 months before he ever started. He was negotiating a copy, a decoy, a performance staged for his benefit. and for the historical record, so that there would exist a clean public document with a Protestant minister's fingerprints on it, and no mention, anywhere a parliament might look, of a king who'd promised to bring 6,000 Frenchmen across the water to change England's faith. 2 treaties of Dover, one real, one false, signed by different men for different purposes, one to do the work and one to hide it. The treaty is literally named for being secret, and I'd argue you could hand a modern intelligence service that exact design and they'd struggle to improve on it. So what happened? Well, this is where the long fuse comes in, because the bargain, for all its cunning, mostly didn't pay off. The conversion Charles had promised, he never carried it out, not while it mattered. He'd given himself the escape hatch in the wording. As soon as the affairs of his kingdom permit, and the affairs of his kingdom, it turned out, never quite permitted. He converted to Catholicism only once, right at the very end, on his deathbed in 1685, when nothing could touch him for it anymore. Which is part of why the question of his sincerity is still genuinely open. Did he ever truly mean to convert? Was the pledge a real article of faith that he simply lost the nerve to act on? Or was it, from early on, just a device? A thing to dangle in front of Louis to keep the friendship and the francs flowing, and then quietly shelve? Historians still debate it, and I won't pretend to settle it for you. The honest answer is that we don't fully know what was in the man's heart. The Dutch War came, and it went badly. And Parliament, suspicious, always suspicious, smelling the Catholic smoke, even without proof, forced through the Test Act and pushed the king into retreat. The grand design sputtered, and the real treaty, it just sat there, in a drawer, in the dark, through year after year. It sat there straight through the late 1670s, when England convulsed in the hysteria of the Popish plot. A frenzy of fear about exactly this, about secret Catholic conspiracies at the heart of the state. If that treaty had surfaced then, if anyone had pulled it out and read aloud that the king had taken French money and pledged French troops against his own people, it could very plausibly have brought the monarchy down. The proof of the nightmare was lying in a drawer the whole time. And nobody knew. It stayed hidden for 101 years. Charles died. His brother succeeded and was overthrown. A new dynasty came in. Empires rose. And only in 1771, a full century later, did a historian named Sir John Dalrymple, digging through old papers, find it and publish it, and let the world finally read what Charles II had really signed at Dover. By then, of course, there was no one left to punish. Charles was long dead, and the dead feel nothing. But here's the lens I want to leave you with. A secret can't be punished while it's secret, but it can still be paid. The bill came due not against the man, but against the memory of the man. For a century, Charles the Merry Monarch was the charming king who'd brought England back to life. After Dalrymple, and forever after, he was also the king king who had secretly sold his country's foreign policy and perhaps its faith to France for cash behind the backs of his own ministers, with a foreign army held in reserve against his own subjects. The secret outlived everyone it could have ruined. That's the strange mercy of a deep enough lie. It protects you completely, right up until the moment you no longer need protecting. And then it tells the truth about you to people you'll never meet. Charles sold one nation's policy in a single locked room and got away with it for 100 years. But 2.5 centuries on, 2 men with a single map and a couple of colored pencils would do something stranger still. They would sell lands they had not yet conquered. They would draw borders through deserts they'd never set foot in. And they would promise the very same ground, not to one buyer, but to 3 different masters at once. Let's go to the desert, the First World War. And let's start, before any names, with a piece of impossible arithmetic. Imagine you are a great power, the great power, in fact, the one nation everyone needs. And you are fighting for your life on 3 fronts at once. You are stretched and frightened, and you need allies the way a drowning man needs air. You need the Arabs to rise against the Ottoman Empire and bleed it from within. You need France beside you, your oldest rival, now your indispensable partner, kept sweet and kept close. And you need the goodwill of a third party, a movement whose sympathy might sway opinion in places that matter, in Washington, in a wavering Russia. 3 allies, each one wants something. And it so happens that what they want, or what you can most easily offer them, is land. The same land? A single stretch of the Ottoman Middle East, the Fertile Crescent, the ground that would one day be called Iraq, and Syria, and Lebanon, and Jordan, and Palestine. So what do? You promise it. You promise it to the first, and then, because you need the second just as badly, you promise a great deal of the same ground to the second. And then, because you need the third, you make a third promise too, laid right on top of the other 2. 3 promises, 1 piece of land. And for 2 long years, not one of the 3 parties has any idea that the other 2 even exist. That's the story. That's Britain in the Great War. And I want to handle it carefully tonight, because this ground is still contested, still painful, still argued over in the present tense by people who have skin in it. So we'll do what we always do here. We'll look at the mechanism. We'll watch how a great power, under pressure, came to treat the very act of promising as a kind of currency, something it could print faster than it could ever make good on. Observation, not verdict. The how, not the blame. Let's take the promises one at a time. The first promise went to the Arabs, and it went in secret through letters. The man writing them on Britain's behalf was Sir Henry McMahon, the British High Commissioner in Egypt. The man on the other end was Sharif Hussein bin Ali, the Emir of Mecca, keeper of Islam's holiest city, a figure of immense standing in the Arab world, and a man weighing whether to throw the Arabs into open revolt against their Ottoman overlords. Between July of 1915 and March of the next year, the two exchanged a series of letters, 10 of them, and the heart of the matter sat in MacMahon's letter of the 24th of October, 1915. The offer, in essence, was this: rise up, revolt against the Ottomans, fight on our side, and Britain will support the independence of the Arabs. An Arab state, freedom from the empire that had ruled them for 4 centuries. And Hussein believed it. Why wouldn't he? It came from the High Commissioner himself, in writing, from the most powerful empire on earth. On the strength of that promise, in June of 1916, the Arab revolt began. Hussein's sons led fighters into the desert war against the Ottomans, and riding with them, advising, fighting, bleeding alongside them, was a young British officer whose name you know. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, a man who came to embody the promise in his own person, the Englishman who fought beside the Arabs and believed, at least for a time, in the independence they'd been pledged. The Arabs supplied the fighting, they supplied the dying, and in return, Britain had supplied them with words. But here is the thing about those words. They were written deliberately to be slippery. Buried in MacMahon's letter was an exclusion, a carve-out of certain territory that would not be part of the promised Arab state. And the wording was this: the districts of Messina and Alexandretta, and the portions of Syria lying to the west of the districts of Damascus, Homs, Hama, and Aleppo. Now, that sounds technical. It sounds like a clerk's boundary drawing. But that single phrase, the districts of Damascus, Homs, Hama, and Aleppo, would become one of the most fought-over sentences in the modern history of the region, because everything hinges on one word: districts. What did districts mean? If districts meant the great Ottoman provinces, the vilayets, the large administrative regions, then the exclusion was vast, and a certain stretch of land to the south might or might not be swept up in it. If districts meant merely the immediate environs of those 4 cities, just the towns and the country right around them, then the exclusion was narrow, and the land left to the Arabs was far greater. And the land caught in that ambiguity, the land whose fate turned on whether one word meant a province or a town, included Palestine. Whether Palestine was promised to the Arabs or quietly excluded from that promise comes down to how you read that single word. And here is what I find so telling about it. Britain wrote it that way on purpose. Ambiguity wasn't an accident of hurried drafting. A deliberately vague phrase is a phrase you can reread later, when circumstances change, and argue you meant something different all along. An entire people's claim to a homeland may rest on a word chosen precisely because it could be turned. That's not carelessness, that's craft. So that's the first promise. Secret, written, and built with an escape hatch. Now the second promise. And this one was made in a room the Arabs would never see, between 2 men who never thought to ask their opinion. Their names were Mark Sykes and Francois Georges Picot. Sir Mark Sykes, a British baronet, a member of Parliament, an army officer, and the government's energetic, fast-talking advisor on all things Middle Eastern. A man brimming with confidence and ideas, not all of them good. Across from him, Francois Georges Picot, a French diplomat, a colonial hardliner, quiet where Sykes was loud, patient where Sykes was quick, and utterly determined to secure Syria and Lebanon for France, as France believed was its ancient right. These two met through the winter of 1915 into the new year in near-daily private sessions, leaving behind almost no paper trail at all. Think about that for a moment. The future of a region the size of a continent's worth of nations, the lives and borders of millions of people not yet consulted and not yet conquered, worked out in unrecorded conversations between two aristocrats and a map. They initialed their agreement on the 3rd of January, 1916. It was formalized that May, sealed by a letter from the British Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, to the French ambassador in London. And what did they do with that map? They colored it in. A blue zone for direct French control. The Syrian coast, much of what's now Lebanon, a stretch of southern Anatolia. A red zone for direct British control, the heart of Mesopotamia, the provinces of Baghdad and Basra, and the ports of Haifa and Accra. Two further areas marked simply A and B, an Arab state or a confederation of Arab states, but one living under European influence, with French advisors in the north and British advisors in the south. And Palestine, that contested ground again, marked off in brown, set aside for some kind of international administration. There was a third partner to satisfy as well. Russia, the great Eastern ally, who gave assent and was promised her own prizes. Constantinople, the Straits, a slice of Armenia. And here I have to pause on a famous line, because you've probably heard it, and it's usually told wrong. Sykes is said to have looked at the map and declared that he would draw a line from the E in Acre to the last K in Kirkuk. It gets quoted constantly as proof of how careless it all was, how a region was carved up with the casual stroke of a pen across a name. Now, historians debate this part, so let me be straight with you. Sykes did famously say it, but the better reading is that he wasn't describing the Grand Partition at all in that moment. He was most likely tracing the route of a planned pipeline, and the remark is commonly dated a little earlier, to around 1915. So I won't pin that single quip to the secret meeting, the way the legend does, but the deeper truth the line is used to illustrate. That part holds up perfectly. Two confident empires did allocate a third empire's land between themselves in colored zones drawn by men who had not won a single inch of the ground they were dividing. The detachment was real. The straight lines were real. And the people who actually lived on that ground held no seat at the table and no idea the table existed. So now there are two promises lying directly on top of each other. The same fertile crescent that Britain had pledged toward Arab independence had just been quietly carved into French and British zones of control. Two masters for one piece of land. And then came the third. The third promise was different from the other two in one crucial way. It was public, or it would be very soon. On the 2nd of November, 1917, the British Foreign Secretary, a man named Arthur Balfour, put his name to a short letter. It was addressed to Lord Rothschild, a leading figure in the Zionist movement. And in it, Balfour wrote a single, careful, fateful sentence: that His Majesty's government viewed with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, adding, with deliberate care, that nothing should be done which might prejudice the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities already living there. One sentence. Just one. It would be published in the press a week later, on the 9th of November. And a century on, people are still parsing every clause of it. The national home, the careful balancing of rights, the things it said, and the things it pointedly did not. For our purposes tonight, here's what matters. This third promise concerned that same contested ground, Palestine, which had already been gestured at in the secret letters to the Arabs, and already been painted brown on the secret map drawn with France. A third commitment laid right across the first two. But unlike them, this one was made in daylight, on purpose, to be seen, which sets the stage for the collision. Because for 2 years, Britain had managed an extraordinary balancing act. 3 promises kept in 3 separate drawers. And as long as no one opened more than one drawer at a time, the contradiction stayed hidden. The Arabs knew their promise. France knew its treaty. The Zionist movement now had its public declaration. But no single party outside the British government could see all 3 at once. And then, in the space of a few weeks in November of 1917, all 3 came out into the same light. The Balfour Declaration was published on the 9th. And on the 23rd of that same month, just 2 weeks later, the secret Sykes-Picot Agreement was ripped out of the dark and printed for the world to read. But mark who did it, because this is the part that turns the whole story. It wasn't Britain's choice. Britain would have kept that map buried for as long as it possibly could. The exposure came from a 4th party entirely, one acting for reasons of its own, with no loyalty whatsoever to Allied secrets: the Bolsheviks. Russia's revolution had toppled the old order, and the new Soviet government had gotten its hands on the Tsarist archives. And inside those archives sat the secret treaties the old regime had signed, including its copy of Sykes-Picot. And the Bolsheviks, eager to embarrass the imperial powers and expose the cynical war aims of capitalist empires, simply published them. They dumped the secret treaties into the open press in late November of 1917 for all the world to see. The reaction, as one account beautifully puts it, left the British embarrassed, the Arabs dismayed, and the Turks delighted. And you can see why each, can't you? The British, caught with the contradiction exposed. The Ottomans suddenly handed a propaganda gift, scrambling to use it to peel the Arabs away from the Allied cause. Look what your friends have really promised behind your backs. And the Arabs who had revolted and fought and died on the strength of a promise of independence, now learning, in a span of weeks, that the very same land had been simultaneously promised away to France and gestured toward as a national home for another people. All three promises, visible at last, all at once, all contradicting one another. That is the hinge of the story. Not any single promise, but the moment the three of them were forced into the same room by a power that had no stake in keeping Britain's secret. So what came of it? The lines drawn in that quiet room with the colored pencils did not wash off the map. Quite the opposite. The straight-line logic, borders drawn by geometry and great power convenience rather than by the people who lived inside them, fed directly into the post-war system of mandates and hardened over the following years into the actual borders of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. Borders that are in large part still on the map you'd pull up tonight. 2 men and a map in 1916, and you can still trace their afternoon's work from orbit. And the betrayal, the sense of broken faith, it became permanent, a grievance handed down across generations, invoked for a century as a kind of original sin of the modern Middle East. But notice the last move, because it's the one that ties this chapter back to everything we've said about secret clauses. Even after the secret was exposed, even after the world could read the map, Britain still held one card, the power to reinterpret. By 1920, and formally in a government paper a couple of years after that, Britain simply argued that Palestine had been excluded from the Arab promise all along. Remember that ambiguous word, districts? This is the moment it earned its keep. The exclusion that might have meant a town, or might have meant a province, was now read, officially, in whatever way served. Exposure had stripped away the secrecy, but it had not stripped away the advantage. The powerful, caught out, did not concede. They reread their own words. And that, in the end, is the quiet lesson sitting underneath all of it. A secret being exposed is not the same as a secret being undone. When the lie behind a treaty finally surfaces, the people it was hidden from get the truth. But the people who told it often keep the power to decide what the truth now means. The map stays drawn, the promise stays argued over, and a few weeks of one autumn in 1917 are still being fought about in our own century, which is, when you think about it, the most damning proof of all that some lines, once drawn, simply never come off the map. Britain made 3 promises and let an enemy's leak do the damage, and then talked its way around the wreckage. It was a contradiction managed, in the end, by interpretation, by argument, by careful rereading. But the next room we enter holds no such subtlety. There, 2 dictators who had spent a decade swearing to destroy one another would need no ambiguity, no clever wording, no slow century to do their work. They would need only a single night and a single secret page. And by morning, a dozen nations would be divided between them, without one of those nations being told. Now we go back to the room I left you holding at the very start of tonight, the one full of smoke, with the map on the table and the champagne going flat in the glasses. I told you we'd climb to it, and we have. So let me take you in through the door this time and tell you what it was and what it did, and the 50 years and the 2 million people it finally took to drag it into the light. Moscow, the Kremlin, the night of the 23rd of August, 1939, running on into the small hours of the 24th. The pact those men were signing has a name, and you've heard it. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, after the 2 foreign ministers whose signatures went onto the page. Vyacheslav Molotov, the Soviet premier and foreign minister, signing for his master. Joachim von Ribbentrop, who'd flown in from Berlin, signing for his, and moving among them, the patient one, the host, the man the whole thing was really for, Joseph Stalin. And the document the world woke up to was, on its face, a wonder. A treaty of non-aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. 10 years. A solemn pledge that these 2 great powers would not make war upon one another. To understand how strange that was, you have to understand who these 2 had been to each other. For most of a decade, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union had stood as the great opposing poles of the age. Berlin had built an entire creed on the annihilation of communism. Moscow had answered daily that fascism was the deadliest enemy the working world had ever faced. They were not rivals. They were sworn, ideological, to the death enemies. And here were their foreign ministers in the small hours, drinking to each other's health. The newspapers of 2 continents carried it as a thunderclap. The democracies of the West, who had spent the whole summer courting Stalin, sending delegations, hoping to box Hitler in between them, woke to find that the man they'd been wooing had chosen, in the end, his sworn enemy instead. It was the deal nobody saw coming, and it was real. The signatures were real. The 10-year peace was real, as far as the public page went. But you already know the public page wasn't the page that mattered, because beneath that treaty of peace, signed the same night, by the same 2 hands, in the same smoke-filled room, there was a second document, and it carried a name as bland as a filing label. The secret additional protocol, no grand title, no fanfare, just a short page, a handful of paragraphs. And what those paragraphs did was take a pen and run it straight down the map of Eastern Europe and divide the independent nations lying between Germany and the Soviet Union into what the language called spheres of influence, which is a clean administrative phrase. Let me tell you what it actually meant. It meant they split the continent. Let me read you the shape of it, because the wording is the whole horror of the thing. 2 men in one night allotting countries that had no idea they were on the table. The first article dealt with the Baltic states. In the event, and I'm staying close to the text here, in the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of those areas, the northern border of Lithuania would mark the line between the two spheres. In plain terms, Finland, Estonia, and Latvia fell to the Soviet side. Lithuania fell to the German side. The second article handled Poland. The spheres there, it said, would be bounded approximately by the line of the rivers Narew, Vistula, and San. Read that again, slowly. Two foreign powers drawing a border down the middle of a sovereign country by its own rivers. A country that was sleeping that night, certain of itself, and was not in the room, and was not asked. The third article turned to the southeast, to Bessarabia, the slice of Romania the Soviets wanted, and the German side, in writing, declared its complete political disinterestedness in the area, meaning, take it, it's yours, we'll look away. And then the fourth article, the shortest, the one that always stops me cold, it said simply that this protocol shall be treated by both parties as strictly secret. Sit with that for just a moment. The clause that carved up half a dozen nations contained inside itself the instruction to never be seen. It ordered its own concealment. The men who drew the line knew exactly what they'd done, knew it could not survive daylight, and so the final act of the document was to seal its own mouth. The public page promised peace to the world. The secret page was the war, and the secret page told itself to hide. So someone raised a glass. By the accounts that come down to us, the conversation that night was warm, genuinely warm. The two delegations relaxed, almost merry. And at some point, Stalin lifted his glass and toasted the health of Adolf Hitler, the man whose creed was built on destroying everything Stalin ruled. He drank to his good health, sincerely, gladly, the way you'd toast a partner you trusted. That's how the night ended. Two enemies, a peace the world could read, a partition the world could not, and a toast across the table to a man each of them fully intended, in time, to destroy. 9 days later, the world began to learn what the hidden page meant. On the 1st of September 1939, German forces crossed into Poland from the west. The Second World War, the deadliest event in the entire history of our species, had begun. And for 16 days, the West watched Poland fight Germany alone and wondered what the Soviet Union, bound now by its Treaty of Peace, would do. Then, on the 17th of September, they found out. The Red Army crossed Poland's eastern border and drove in from the other side. And the two armies, the German and the Soviet, the fascist and the communist, the two creeds that had spent a decade swearing to bury each other, advanced toward one another across a dying country and met. Along a line, the line on the hidden page, the rivers in the second article made flesh, where a sentence in a secret protocol had said the spheres would divide. Two armies now stood facing each other, having taken everything up to it. Historians sometimes call it the fourth partition of Poland. The fourth time outside powers had simply erased the country from the map. This one was drawn in a single night, in a room in Moscow, on a page no Pole was ever shown. And then, and this is the detail that tells you what kind of men these were, once the country was actually in their hands, they sat back down and redrew the line. At the end of September, just weeks after the invasions, the two governments signed a further treaty and quietly traded pieces. Lithuania, which the original secret page had given to Germany, was moved over into the Soviet sphere instead. And in exchange, Germany took a larger share of central Poland. They haggled over real towns, real people, real ground they'd already conquered. They sat and bartered like merchants adjusting an invoice. You take this district, I'll take that one, and adjusted the secret map a second time to suit them. The first version had been monstrous enough. The revision is somehow worse because it's so casual. The nations on that page weren't even countries to these men anymore. They were line items, and the rest of the protocol came due on schedule. Within the year, the Soviet Union moved on the lands the secret page had assigned it. The Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were occupied and then annexed in the summer of 1940, swallowed whole into the Soviet Union. Bessarabia was taken from Romania that same June. Finland, which had also been marked for the Soviet sphere, was invaded that winter in what became the Winter War. And across all of those lands came the things that always follow a partition like this one. The arrests, the deportations, the long machinery of fear. I won't walk you through that tonight. It's enough to say that for the people living on that map, the abstract word sphere arrived as soldiers and trains and lists of names. Whole nations were handed across a table and then collected. So that's the secret, and that's what it did. A single page, one August night, that helped light the largest fire in human history. But the story of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Protocol isn't really a story about 1939. It's a story about what happens to a secret like that over the next 50 years, about a lie so large that a superpower would spend half a century insisting against the plain evidence that the page did not exist at all. Because here is the turn. The war ends. Germany falls. And when the Allies go through the wreckage of the German Foreign Office, they find the files and on captured German microfilm, photographed, preserved, there is the secret additional protocol, the German copy of it, the proof. And in 1948, the United States State Department published it, printed the secret page for the entire world to read in a collection of captured documents on the Nazi-Soviet relationship. There it was, in black and white, the thing that had divided Eastern Europe, now sitting on a library shelf in any country that cared to look. And the Soviet Union's response was not to admit it. The Soviet response was to call it a forgery, a fake, a fabrication, cooked up by the West to slander the Soviet state. The photographs of the German document were dismissed as lies, and Moscow published its own rebuttals And the official line, repeated, hardened, taught, was that there had never been any secret protocol. None. The Treaty of 1939 had been a non-aggression pact and nothing more. And Molotov himself, the man whose own signature was on the secret page, the man who had been in that room, Molotov denied its existence for the rest of his very long life. He lived for decades after the war. And to the end, when asked, he said there was no such document. Think about the sheer nerve of that. The whole world can read the page. The Americans have published it. Scholars cite it, and the state that signed it simply stands at the front of the room and says, "That is not real. You did not see what you saw. The document you are holding is a lie." That's a particular kind of power, isn't it? Not the power to keep a secret. The secret was out, but the power to deny it anyway, in the full light of day, and make your own citizens carry the denial. To make the Baltic peoples living inside the very borders the protocol had drawn be told by their own government that the page which had erased their countries had never been written. We've sat in rooms like this before on this channel. Rooms where official history says one thing while the truth sits locked in a drawer. But rarely has the gap been this wide, or held this long, or pressed down this hard on the people who knew, in their own homes, exactly what had been done to them. So how do you force a superpower to confess to a page it has denied for 40 years? You can't take it to court. You can't send an army. What cracked it in the end was not a weapon at all. It was people holding hands. On the 23rd of August, 1989, 50 years to the day since those signatures went onto the page in Moscow, the people of the three Baltic republics did something the world had never quite seen. Across Estonia, across Latvia, across Lithuania, roughly 2 million human beings came out and joined their hands together into a single continuous chain. Not a barricade, not a riot. A line of people linking arm to arm, hand to hand, stretching unbroken across all three countries. About 675 kilometers of human beings standing together on the 50th anniversary of the secret that had taken their independence away. They called it the Baltic Way, the chain of freedom. And what they were demanding was almost unbearably simple. They were asking the Soviet Union to admit that the protocol existed, to say the word, to confess the page. Picture it for a moment, in the quiet. 2 million people in 3 small nations, standing in a line that runs from one country through another and into a third, holding hands across the borders the secret page had imposed on them, and using their own bodies to point back at a single night, 50 years gone, in a room they'd never been allowed into. It was made possible by the loosening of those years, by Gorbachev's glasnost, the new and dangerous permission to speak. And inside the Soviet leadership, a reformer named Alexander Yakovlev had been given the task of actually investigating the protocol, chairing the commission that would finally examine whether the thing the state had denied for half a century was real. But the chain came first. The chain was the pressure. 2 million people holding on, demanding the truth about a line drawn in secret while their grandparents slept. There's a strange power in that when you stop to consider it. Every other secret we've sat with tonight was undone by a document, a clerk's leak, a captured file, a historian in an archive. This one was undone by bodies, by people choosing to stand in the cold and hold on to one another's hands and simply not let go until the most powerful state in their part of the world was forced to look at them and answer. No one fired a shot. No one stormed a building. 2 million people just stood in a line and asked for the truth. And it worked. And 4 months later, the state broke. On the 24th of December, 1989, the Congress of People's Deputies of the Soviet Union, its own legislature, passed a resolution that did the thing the state had refused to do for 50 years. It acknowledged the secret additional protocol. It admitted the page was real. And then it went further. It condemned the protocol and declared it null and void from the very moment of its signing. From the moment of signing, meaning the document had never had any legal force at all, meaning everything built on it had been built on nothing. And the Baltic peoples were waiting for exactly that. Because if the protocol was void from the start, if the page that assigned them to the Soviet sphere had never been lawful, then the annexations that followed it, the swallowing of Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania in 1940, had never been lawful either. They had not joined the Soviet Union. They had been taken by an illegal secret, and they had never legally stopped being the independent nations they'd been before that August night. That was the argument, and it held. Over the next 2 years, the 3 Baltic states reclaimed their independence, and by 1991, they were free, sovereign nations once again, their entire legal case for existence resting on the illegitimacy of a secret clause signed half a century before. And there's the whole arc in one breath. The protocol helped start the deadliest war in history. And then, 50 years on, that same page, finally dragged into the open by 2 million people holding hands, became the lever that helped pry 3 nations loose and helped, in its small way, to bring down the empire that had drawn it. The clause that built one order became the instrument that unbuilt it. The secret that began as an act of conquest ended as the legal ground for freedom. To this day, the 23rd of August is marked across Europe as a day of remembrance for the victims of those regimes, the anniversary of the night and of the chain. I keep coming back to that 4th article. This protocol shall be treated by both parties as strictly secret. They thought that line would hold forever. They thought a thing kept dark enough simply stays dark. But concealment was only ever buying time, a great deal of time, 50 years of it. But only time. The page they ordered to hide itself is now printed in every history of the war, and the people it was written to erase outlived the men who signed it, outlived the state that denied it, and stood in a line 600 miles long to make it speak. Some secrets are kept, but I'm not sure any of them are kept forever. Now, before we move on, I want to say one quiet thing, and then we'll go on into the next room. You've been listening to me describe these rooms, and I hope the descriptions have done their work. The smoke, the map, the line of people across 3 countries. But I should tell you that this is also a video. There are animators and editors who take these scenes and actually build them, who give that Kremlin table its weight, who put that human chain on the screen so you can see it run to the horizon. They put real care into it, and real hours. So, if you've only been listening tonight, you might find there's something waiting for you in the watching too. It's there whenever you'd like it. No rush. The stories are the same either way, but a few of them were made to be seen. After all of that, the war, the denial, the chain, let me bring the volume down, because not every secret on tonight's list went off like a bomb. Some of them did their damage by being quietly switched off. And to see how, I want to introduce you to a man who built the most intricate secret in the whole of 19th century diplomacy, held it together by hand for years, and then watched a younger, lesser man let it slip. His name was Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, the man who had unified Germany and then spent the rest of his career on a single obsessive problem: how to keep the new Germany safe. And the danger he feared above all others was a war on 2 fronts. France on one side, Russia on the other. Germany caught and crushed between them. His entire life's work was making sure those 2 powers never stood on the same side of the table against him. France he couldn't befriend. The wound of their last war was too fresh. So the whole structure depended on Russia. Keep Russia close, or at least keep Russia neutral, and the trap could never close. The trouble was that keeping Russia close meant keeping Austria-Hungary close too, and Russia and Austria despised one another. They were rivals in the Balkans, that tangle of small nations and old grievances where the 2 empires pressed up against each other and each wanted the upper hand. So Bismarck had set himself a genuinely impossible task. He was openly allied with Austria, and he wanted, at the same time, a secret understanding with Austria's enemy. He needed to stand with both of 2 powers that stood against each other. And here is the part I find quietly delightful in the way that only old-world cynicism can be. Because Bismarck's solution was simply to promise both of them privately that he was on their side, and to trust that they'd never compare notes. He held one wire to Vienna and another wire to St. Petersburg, and down each wire he sent reassurance, and the 2 messages contradicted each other completely, and the entire system worked for one reason only. He was the only man who held both wires at once. He could stand in the middle of a Balkan quarrel, with Russia on one end and Austria on the other. Each convinced Germany had its back. And the contradiction never showed, because the only place the 2 promises met was inside Bismarck's own head. It's a juggling act of pure nerve. a man cheerfully assuring two enemies in secret that he stands with each of them against the other, and keeping the plate in the air by sheer force of will and a very good memory. There's something almost magnificent in the gall of it. The instrument at the center of all this was a treaty signed in June of 1887, the Reinsurance Treaty. And it was secret, known to only a small handful of officials in Berlin and in St. Petersburg. On its face, it promised that if either Germany or Russia found itself at war with a third great power, the other would stay benevolently neutral, with two pointed exceptions carved out, so it wouldn't apply if Germany attacked France or if Russia attacked Austria. Fair enough, on the surface. But the real venom was in a peace even more closely held, what the diplomats themselves called a very secret additional protocol. And in that protocol, Germany promised Russia its moral and diplomatic support for Russia's ambitions at the Black Sea Straits, the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, the great gateway between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, the very prize that Austria, Germany's open ally, most wanted to keep out of Russian hands. So there it is, the secret inside the secret, a secret treaty, which on its own contradicted Germany's public alliance with Austria, and then folded inside that secret treaty an even more secret protocol that contradicted it further still. Germany was, on the same day, with the same pen, promising to support both sides of the same quarrel. And only a handful of men on Earth knew the protocol existed at all. Its terms stayed buried, not for a century, but until the First World War finally tore everything open. For now, it sat in the dark, doing its quiet work, holding the peace together by holding two lies apart. And it held, as long as Bismarck held it. But a system that lives inside one man's head has a terrible flaw, and the flaw is the man. In 1890, a new emperor decided he no longer needed the juggler. Kaiser Wilhelm II was young and impulsive, and certain that his own royal charm, his web of personal friendships with the other crowned heads of Europe, could do the work that Bismarck's grubby secret machinery had been doing all along. And so, in March of 1890, he forced the old chancellor out. We've watched this exact mistake before on this channel. The powerful figure who destroys the one person quietly keeping him safe. And it played out here with almost mathematical cruelty. With Bismarck gone, his rivals in the foreign ministry moved at once, and they persuaded the new chancellor of a simple, clean, disastrous idea. Let the Reinsurance Treaty lapse. Don't renew it. Be done with all this tangled, contradictory, dishonest secret keeping, and have a straightforward foreign policy instead. And here's the detail that makes it sting. Russia did not want the treaty to lapse. Russia asked to renew it. The supposed rival, the Eastern threat, came to Berlin and said, "Let's keep our understanding." And Germany, freed of the only man who understood why it mattered, said no. The wire to St. Petersburg which Bismarck had strung and tended for years, was deliberately cut. Bismarck's secret was undone by silence, a wire allowed to go dead. The last one I want to give you tonight before we move on was undone the opposite way, by confession, by a government finally opening its own files and admitting out loud that the principle it had proclaimed to the whole world was a thing it had been quietly breaking for 50 years. And at the center of it stands a man who won the Nobel Peace Prize for a vow he had personally, secretly, already signed away. Let me set the ground first, because it matters. No nation on earth has more reason to fear nuclear weapons than Japan. It is the only country that has ever had them used against it. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, 2 cities erased in a flash of light at the end of the war. And out of that trauma, post-war Japan built something into the very center of its identity, a vow. In 1967, the government articulated what came to be called the 3 non-nuclear principles. 3 simple promises to the world. Japan would never produce nuclear weapons. Japan would never possess them. And Japan would never permit them on its soil. Never make, never own, never allow. It was more than policy. It was a kind of national conscience, politically untouchable, the moral settlement a wounded country had made with itself. We don't do this. Not here. Not ever. That was the face the world was shown. Now here's the hand behind it. Behind that sacred principle, the governing party had reached a series of quiet understandings with the United States, secret pacts, known in Japanese by a word that simply means secret agreement, mitsuyaku. And these mitsuyaku gutted the 3rd principle entirely. The central one was tied to the revision of the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty back in 1960, and what it secretly understood was this: American warships and aircraft carrying nuclear weapons could pass through Japanese ports, could put in at Japanese harbors without triggering the prior consultation that the public treaty seemed to promise. There was a second arrangement, too, from 1969 minutes signed with President Nixon, allowing nuclear weapons to be brought back into Okinawa in an emergency, even after the island returned to Japanese control. And the whole structure balanced on a single, deliberately ambiguous phrase: prior consultation. The public was led to believe that meant the Americans had to ask before any nuclear weapon came near Japanese soil. The secret understanding was that it didn't cover weapons that merely passed through or that stayed aboard ship. One vague phrase in a public treaty, given a private meaning behind a closed door, so that the principle could stand untouched in the daylight, while the warships came and went in the dark. Now hold those 2 things together. The proudest anti-nuclear nation in the world, with a sacred vow never to permit these weapons on its soil, and a quiet, standing arrangement to let them in, as long as nobody asked and nobody told. The 2 coexisted for 50 years. And here is the human heart of it, the detail that I think says more about power and human nature than any treaty clause could. The Prime Minister who championed those 3 non-nuclear principles, the man whose name is attached to that proud public vow, was Eisaku Sato. And in 1974, Eisaku Sato was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, honored before the entire world, in large part for Japan's non-nuclear stance, for the principle, for the vow. And this is the same man who had secretly signed the 1969 minutes, allowing those weapons back into Okinawa. He stood to accept the highest honor the world gives for peace, for a promise he had already, privately, broken. The public laurel and the secret signature, worn by the same man at the same time. He didn't lose the prize when the truth came out. The truth wouldn't come out for decades, because Tokyo denied the pacts. Flatly, consistently, for roughly 50 years, through government after government, the official answer was that no such secret agreements existed. Scholars pieced the truth together slowly, working from the American archives, reconstructing what their own government would not admit. An American ambassador had even acknowledged the transit understanding aloud years earlier. But officially, in Japan, the line held, "There is no Mitsuyaku. There is only the principle." Until, at last, a new government decided it had had enough of carrying the lie. In 2010, the foreign minister, Katsuya Okada, ordered the files opened and appointed a panel of independent experts to go through them and report, honestly, what was there. And the panel confirmed it. All of it. The secret agreements were real. The nuclear ships in the harbors, the understandings that had quietly hollowed out the public vow. The press in Japan had a phrase for what the panel had done. They called it ending the lie. An official admission, at last, that the government had deceived its own people for half a century, had let them believe in a principle while privately signing it away. And notice the shape of that, because it's the shape of the whole night. The power here was never really about nuclear weapon. It was the power to hold a public principle in one hand and privately violate it with the other, to buy two incompatible things at once, the protection of an ally's arsenal and the moral pride of refusing it, and to pay for both by hiding the contradiction from the very people in whose name the principle was proclaimed. That power lasted exactly as long as the files stayed shut. The day a government chose to open its own drawer, the principle and the secret could no longer share a room. A vow proclaimed in daylight, and a secret signed in the dark, living together for 50 years, until a nation finally admitted the gap between them. That was a deceit a government practiced upon its own people, out of fear, out of convenience, but in the open architecture of a democracy that was, at least, in the end, capable of confessing it. The next room is colder, because the next secret wasn't a contradiction a state confessed to. It was a quiet machine a state built on purpose, a hidden scheme to hand a small number of men something close to a private immunity, a way out of the reach of the law, sent quietly through the post, one letter at a time. And it would walk a bomber out of a courtroom before anyone outside the scheme even knew it existed. So let me take you into that colder room. And I should tell you up front, this one is different from everything we've sat with so far. There's no king here. No chancellor with a map and a glass of champagne. No dictator drawing a line through a continent in the small hours. This is something quieter, and in its way more modern, and more uncomfortable for it. This is a government that decided the safest way to keep a hard-won peace was to make sure no one ever found out exactly how. Let me set the ground. Northern Ireland. For 30 years, a low and grinding war, neighbors and soldiers and bombs in city centers, a conflict everyone simply called the Troubles, as if the word could hold it. And then, on Good Friday in 1998, after years of patient, exhausting, against the odds negotiation, a peace, the Good Friday Agreement, one of the genuine diplomatic achievements of the modern age, an agreement that took a place soaked in violence and slowly let it set down its weapons. People who'd spent their lives on opposite sides of a gun signed the same page. It worked, mostly and imperfectly, and at a cost, but it worked. And I want to be fair to it, because what I'm about to describe was the price of keeping it alive, and reasonable people still disagree about whether that price was worth paying. Because every piece has its loose ends, and this one had a particular one. When the agreement came, the prisons opened. Paramilitary prisoners, people convicted of offenses during the Troubles on both sides, were released early as part of the deal. That was public. That was in the text. But there was a category the releases didn't cover. The people who had never been convicted at all. Suspects who had fled, who'd left the country or simply vanished years before, and were still, on paper, wanted men. They had a name in the process. The on-the-runs. And no amnesty covered them, because you can't release a man from a sentence he was never given. They sat in a legal gap. Wanted, but gone. And as long as they stayed wanted, the people who spoke for them would not fully commit to the peace. So here was the problem. To keep one side inside the process, the government needed to do something about the on-the-runs. But it could not pass a law. An open amnesty for unconvicted suspects, for fugitives, some of whom were wanted for murder, was politically impossible. No parliament would carry it. No public would stand for it. Doing this thing in daylight was simply not available. And so they did it in the dark. Not with a statute, with an administration. A quiet machine built piece by piece that worked like this. A name would come forward. The authorities would check it, quietly, against what the police actually held. And if the police came back and said this person is not wanted, not being sought, no case against them, then a letter would go out. A discreet, official letter, addressed to that named individual, telling them, in effect, you're not wanted. You're not going to be arrested. You can come home. They called them, with a kind of grim gentleness, letters of comfort. Now, hold on to what these letters technically were, because the honest version matters here, and I don't want to overstate it. They were not pardons. They were not a formal amnesty. They didn't, on their face, grant immunity from anything. They were administrative assurances, a statement of the current position. As things stand, you are not being pursued. The official line, later, was that they were never a get-out-of-jail-free card. And on paper, that's true. On paper, a letter of comfort meant almost nothing. On paper. The scheme ran from around the year 2000. Over the years that followed, somewhere in the region of 187 people received one of these assurances, though if you go to the formal review of it, the count is given more precisely as 156 who got an actual letter, and another 31 or so told they weren't wanted by other means. From 2007, there was even a dedicated police operation set up to process the names, to work through the backlog of them in an orderly way. An early architect of the whole approach was the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister of the day. This was worked out at the very top. And the people pressing hardest for it to be resolved were the political representatives of one side of the conflict, who treated the on-the-runs question as a condition of their continued buy-in. And the thing was kept quiet, deliberately. There was no published list of names, no public announcement of how it worked, or that it worked at all. Years later, one former minister who'd had a hand in it said the plain thing out loud, that secrecy, he admitted, had been important to the whole arrangement. Important, because the moment it was visible, it could be challenged, debated, voted down, torn apart. Kept invisible, it simply functioned. A parallel track running quietly underneath the public peace, doing a job the public peace could not be seen to do. So that's the machine. And here is what I keep turning over about it. Every other secret on tonight's list was hidden from a foreign power, or a rival, or an enemy across a table. This one was hidden from the people in whose name it was done. From the public, from the victims, the families of the dead, who had no idea that some of the men who might have stood trial had been quietly reassured they never would. The whole apparatus of justice has a promise built into it, that it's done in the open, where you can see it. This was a small door cut into the side of that promise, and the people most affected by it were the ones never told the door was there. And a thing like that runs perfectly well, right up until one document falls out of it in the wrong place. That place was a courtroom. The year was 2014. There was a man named John Downey, and in May of the year before, he had been charged in connection with one of the most infamous attacks of the entire Troubles, the Hyde Park bombing of 1982 in central London, in which 4 soldiers of a mounted regiment were killed. I'll keep the scene where it belongs, which is on the consequence. 4 men dead, a wound that London had carried for decades, and a case the prosecution had at last brought to court. The families had waited more than 30 years for this. A trial, an accounting. And then the defense produced a letter. It was one of them. A letter of comfort sent to John Downey years earlier, telling him, in the government's own words, over an official signature, that he was not wanted. And here is the detail that turns the whole thing into something almost unbearable. The letter was a mistake. It had been sent in error. The man should not have received it. There was, in fact, an active interest in him elsewhere, and the police had realized the error and never withdrew it. The wrong letter went out. The people who sent it knew it was wrong, and the correction never came. It just sat in his hands, an official assurance from the British state, technically meaningless and practically decisive. Because the judge looked at it and reached the only conclusion the law allowed. The state had told this man, in writing, that he would not be pursued. For the state to now turn around and prosecute him anyway would be an abuse of its own power, a betrayal of its own word, however mistakenly that word had been given. The trial collapsed. John Downey walked out of court a free man, not on the evidence. Not because the case against him had failed on its merits, but because of a letter the police knew was wrong and never took back. And the secret machine, 14 years of it, running quietly underneath the piece, was suddenly on every front page in the country. Because that's how the public found out. Not through a debate, not through a disclosure, not through any decision to finally come clean. They found out the way you find out a floor is rotten, by falling through it. Victims' families learned, in the same news cycle, two things at once: that a man accused in the death of those 4 soldiers would not be tried, and that a hidden scheme had been quietly reassuring fugitives for over a decade, and no one had ever told them it existed. The disbelief, and then the anger you can imagine. They'd been outside a room they didn't know was there. There was a review, afterward a formal, independent one, led by a senior judge. And its verdict was careful, and I'll give it to you carefully, because it cuts both ways. The scheme, it found, was unprecedented and flawed. Those were its words. Unprecedented and flawed. But, and this matters for fairness, it also found that the scheme was not actually unlawful, and that it was not, in the legal sense, an amnesty. The letters genuinely hadn't been pardons. The Downey letter specifically it called a catastrophic mistake, and it found errors in other cases too. So the honest summary is not that a government broke the law in secret. It's something subtler and, I think, more interesting. A government did something lawful, but did it in the dark, on purpose, because it knew that doing it in the light would destroy it. And the cost of that choice didn't come due until a clerical error mailed the receipt to exactly the wrong man. Years later, in a separate civil case, a court would find that Downey had in fact been an active participant in the bombing, which only sharpens the whole thing. The man walked, not because he was innocent in the eyes of that later court, but because of a piece of paper sent by mistake and never recalled. So sit with the shape of it. A piece worth having, genuinely worth having, kept alive by a hidden bargain that the public was never allowed to weigh. It held for 14 years. And then a single envelope, sent in error, undid a murder trial and dragged the entire arrangement into a daylight it had been carefully built to avoid. The secret didn't shout. It waited. And when it surfaced as a free man, walking down courthouse steps, and 4 families learning the price of a piece they'd never been told they were paying. A modern scheme, undone the instant one document surfaced in the wrong room. But wind the clock back nearly 80 years, and you'll find 2 of the most powerful men in Europe who lost everything they had the same way, not in a courtroom, but on the morning a French newspaper printed the thing they'd drafted in secret the week before. Picture 2 faces on the same man. or rather two faces on the same two governments, worn at the very same time in two different cities. In one city, Geneva, the public face. Britain and France standing tall at the League of Nations, that grand interwar experiment, the great hope that nations might settle their quarrels around a table instead of on a battlefield. And in 1935, the League had a test in front of it. Fascist Italy, under Mussolini, had invaded Ethiopia, a sovereign country, a fellow member of the League, one of the few parts of Africa that had never been colonized. It was naked aggression, a strong state devouring a weaker one, and the League did the thing it existed to do. It condemned it. It voted sanctions against Italy. And leading that charge, the loudest, most visible champions of collective security, of the principle that you cannot simply eat your neighbor, were Britain and France. That was the public face. Righteous, principled, on the side of the victim. And in the other city, Paris, the secret face. Because while their diplomats stood at Geneva defending Ethiopia, the British Foreign Secretary and the French Premier sat down together, privately, and drafted a plan to give most of Ethiopia to Mussolini. Let me give you their names. For Britain, Sir Samuel Hoare, the Foreign Secretary, a cautious, careful establishment conservative, the very picture of the responsible statesman. For France, Pierre Laval, the Premier and Foreign Minister, a wily, supple political operator, a maker of deals. And over 2 days in Paris, the 7th and 8th of December, 1935, these two men worked out a confidential plan to end the war in Ethiopia by carving the country up and handing the larger part of it to the aggressor. How much? Roughly 2/3. Ethiopia would keep the mountainous interior. Italy would take the fertile lowlands, the good land, the productive land, about 2/3 of the whole. And what would Ethiopia get in exchange for 2/3 of itself? A narrow strip of access to the sea through an Italian-held port, with the catch, and this is almost funny if it weren't so grim, that no railway would be permitted to connect that strip to the rest of the country. A corridor to the sea you couldn't actually move goods along. When the terms later came out, a London newspaper looked at that pathetic little outlet and mocked it in an editorial as a corridor for camels, which tells you everything. That was the compensation. A path for camels, in return for the heart of your kingdom. And the sequence of the thing was the most cynical part. The plan was to be shown to Mussolini first, to the aggressor, before the victim. Before Ethiopia's emperor was told what was being arranged for his country, before the league that Britain and France were publicly leading had any idea, the deal would go to Rome, to be agreed by the very man it was designed to reward. The public face was at Geneva, voting sanctions against Italy. The secret face was in Paris, drafting Italy a present and planning to hand it over before anyone else in the world could object. Now, the man whose country was being divided behind his back, Ethiopia's emperor Haile Selassie, I'll keep mostly off this particular stage, because his great moment comes later and belongs to him, and I won't borrow it here. It's enough to say that he was a real sovereign of a real nation, being parceled out by distant powers who had never asked him a thing. Months after all this, he would stand up at Geneva himself and speak and describe to a silent hall the horrors that had been visited on his people, including weapons dropped from the sky that no one should ever use on another human being. I won't walk you through what he described, but know that it was real, and that he carried it to the world's great forum and laid it down in front of them, and that it became one of the defining moral indictments of the entire century. The land Hoare and Laval were quietly trading was his. That's the weight under the whole farce that's about to unfold. Because here's where it gets absurd. Here's where the grand machinery of secret diplomacy runs straight into the small, ridiculous scale of the men running it. The plan was drafted. It was confidential. And the man who had just helped carve up a continent's last free empire, Sir Samuel Hoare, His Majesty's Foreign Secretary, promptly left the country, not on some further mission of statecraft. He went to Switzerland on holiday to go ice skating. And while he was there, gliding about on the ice, the British Foreign Secretary fell down and broke his nose, fainted by the accounts, and went over and broke it. So picture the situation in full. A secret plan to give away 2/3 of a sovereign nation has just been drafted in Paris. And one of its two authors is now sitting in a Swiss chalet, convalescing, with a bandage across his broken nose, entirely out of the action, when the whole thing detonates behind him. Because it leaked. Of course it leaked. Around the 9th and 10th of December, the plan barely days old, the ink scarcely dry, the secret terms reached the French press. They were printed, and within hours they were everywhere. Paris, then London, splashed across the headlines of two countries. The same public that had spent weeks cheering its governments on at Geneva, righteous in defense of poor invaded Ethiopia, now opened the morning paper and read that those very same governments had been secretly drafting a plan to reward the invader with 2/3 of the spoils. The hypocrisy wasn't argued. It was simply there, in print, in their own hands, over breakfast. I won't pretend to tell you for certain who leaked it, or why. The names of a couple of French journalists come up, and there's a suspicion a French official may have helped it along. But the honest answer is that the precise motive has never been nailed down, and I won't invent one for you. What's certain is the effect. One politician of the day called it the most devastating wave of public opinion he had ever witnessed in his life. Not a war, not a coup, a newspaper. The thing that destroyed two of the most powerful men in Europe was a leak to the morning edition. And there's the lesson sitting in the whole episode, dry as it is. These two men held what they thought was the ultimate instrument, the power of secret diplomacy, the ability to settle the fate of nations in a private room and present the world with a finished fact. What they had completely failed to notice was that another power had grown up alongside theirs and gotten stronger than they realized. Public opinion. The plain fury of ordinary people who had been told one story in daylight and now held the proof of another. Hoare and Laval drew their lines in secret, certain that secrecy was strength, and they were undone, not by an army or a court, but by readers, by the simple, fatal fact that the thing got printed and people read it, and were disgusted. So the reckoning came fast. The British government, fresh off an election it had partly won by promising to stand by the League, needed someone to throw overboard, and quickly. And so Sir Samuel Hoare, still nursing that broken nose, was made the scapegoat. He resigned as Foreign Secretary on the 18th of December, just over a week after the League. Days. He'd helped redraw the map of Africa, gone skating, broken his face, and lost his career, all inside a single fortnight. His replacement, a young rising star named Anthony Eden, would become the public symbol of standing up to dictators, his hands clean of the whole business. And Laval, the wilier of the two, clung on in Paris a few weeks longer before he too fell, in January. The plan itself died on the spot. It was never carried out. Not one line of it took effect. But, and this is the part that lasts, the exposure fixed nothing for Ethiopia. The leak destroyed the two ministers, yes. It satisfied the public's outrage, and it changed nothing on the ground. Mussolini, far from being chastened, had just been shown the most valuable thing an aggressor can learn, that the two great democracies leading the charge against him were, in private, perfectly willing to bargain his victim away. The sanctions were exposed as hollow, so he simply finished the job. By May of 1936, Italy had taken the Ethiopian capital, and the conquest was complete. The victim lost anyway. And the deeper casualty was the idea itself. The League of Nations, that fragile hope that nations might be restrained by something other than force, had just been caught, through its two leading members, doing the precise opposite of what it preached. One historian would later say, flatly, that the Hoare-Laval affair effectively killed the League. It limped on for a few more years, but the faith had gone out of it. The world had watched the referees secretly take a bribe, and it had been a green light to Mussolini and to a man watching carefully from Berlin, who took careful note of exactly how little will the democracies had to back their fine words. A secret drafted in a Paris afternoon, exposed in a morning edition, and the cost paid by everyone except, in the end, the men who deserved it. That's Hoare-Laval. The leak felled the guilty and saved no one. Before we move on, and we're about to travel a long way to the other side of the world, I want to ask one small thing of you. Quietly, the way I'd ask a friend. We're pushing toward a milestone here. 500 followers. It isn't a grand number, I know, but it's progress. Real progress for a small show told in a calm voice in the dark, and we genuinely value your help getting there. There are 3 small things, and none of them take more than a moment. If a story tonight has stayed with you, share the episode with a friend, someone you think would also like to set the day down and listen to history in the quiet. Rate the show wherever you're listening. A rating is a small thing that does a large amount of work. And leave a comment. Tell me your favorite story so far, or just where in the world you've found this from tonight. That activity, the shares, the ratings, the comments, is the quiet signal that tells the algorithm to carry this show to more people like you who'd want exactly this and don't yet know it's here. You're how the next person finds us. Thank you. Truly. Now, let's go to Tokyo and to a list of demands meant to swallow an entire country whole. 18th of January, 1915. The world's attention is fixed entirely on Europe, where the Great War has settled into its first terrible winter of trenches. And on the far side of the planet, in Peking, a Japanese diplomat walks in to see the president of China, hands him a document, and orders him to keep it secret. The president was Yuan Shikai, the strong man who held together, barely, the young and fragile Republic of China, a country that had been an empire only 3 years earlier and was now weak, divided, and surrounded. The document was a list. 21 demands from the government of Japan. And the timing was no accident. Japan had looked at the war in Europe and seen, correctly, that the Western powers, Britain, France, the United States, who might normally object to one Asian nation bullying, another were now wholly consumed by their own survival, with neither attention nor force to spare for the Pacific. The teacher was out of the room, and Japan intended to use the hour. The demands came in groups, 5 of them, and the first 4, while aggressive, were at least the recognizable currency of great power bullying, confirm Japan's grip on certain territories, extend Japanese rights in Manchuria, concessions in mining, in railways, in ports, greedy, heavy-handed, the demands of a strong neighbor leaning hard on a weak one, but conventional. The kind of thing empires did to each other, and to weaker states, all the time. If that had been all, it would have been an ugly afternoon in the long history of nations pushing each other around. But there was a 5th group, and Group 5 was something else entirely. Group 5 did not ask for territory, or concessions, or trading rights. Group 5 asked for the country. Read in full. What it demanded was this: that China accept Japanese advisors embedded in the very organs of its government, in its political administration, in its finances, in its police. That key areas be patrolled by joint Japanese-Chinese police forces. That China agree to buy its weapons from Japan, or to run its arsenals jointly with Japan, so that it could no longer even arm itself without Japanese say-so. There was more: railway rights in the Chinese heartland, a special position in a particular coastal province, but the heart of it was unmistakable. Japanese advisors over the government, over the money, over the police, over the guns. That is not a list of demands on a country. That is the quiet conversion of a country into a possession. Group 5 would have made the most populous nation on earth a Japanese protectorate, not by conquest, not by a war anyone would have to win, but by signature. A country taken by memo. And here is the thing that makes this story sing. For our purposes, Japan knew. Japan knew exactly how outrageous Group 5 was. It knew that if the Western powers ever saw it, if Britain and the United States, with their fine talk of the open door and equal access to China, ever read those terms, they would object loudly, because a Japanese protectorate over China would slam that door shut on everyone else. So Japan did the natural thing. It tried to hide Group 5. The demand for secrecy that came attached to the whole document was, above all, a demand to keep that fifth group out of Western eyes. The most extreme thing on the list was the thing Japan most needed no one else to read. The secret within the secret, and the one that mattered. So now put yourself in Yuan Shikai's chair. You are the head of a weak state. A powerful neighbor has just handed you, in secret, a document that would erase your country's independence, and told you to keep your mouth shut about the worst of it on pain of drastic action. You have no army that can stand against Japan. You have no ally close enough to ride to your rescue. You are, by every conventional measure of power, helpless. What do? You do the one thing they told you not to. You reach for the only weapon a weak man holds when a strong man insists on secrecy. You make it public. Yuan's government leaked it. Quietly, deliberately, an advisor passed the full text of the demands, Group 5 and all, to the foreign press, to a correspondent who could put it in front of the world. Around the middle of February, less than a month after the demands were delivered, the secret was out. And it did exactly what Yuan needed it to do. The Western powers, reading those terms for the first time, reacted. The United States lodged a formal objection on the grounds of China's sovereignty and that open door it cared so much about. Britain took notice. The quiet bilateral squeeze that Japan had wanted to conduct in a closed room was suddenly a public matter, with the other great powers watching and grumbling. And Japan, embarrassed, blinked. Not entirely. This isn't a story where the weak nation walks away clean. I wish it were, but it isn't. Japan, exposed and irritated, dropped Group 5. The Protectorate Clause, the thing it could only ever have held in the dark, it let go because it could not defend it in the light. But it kept the rest. It issued China a hard ultimatum in early May, and China, still helpless, now merely less doomed, gave in on the remaining demands on the 9th of May, 1915. The final treaties, signed later that month, contained the first 4 groups, more or less, and not the 5th. Japan kept what it could hold in daylight. It lost only the peace it could hold solely in the dark. So the leak worked, in the only way it could have. It didn't save China from humiliation, but it saved China from extinction as an independent state. That's the bargain transparency struck here, not victory, but survival. And Yuan Shikai did one more thing, and it's the detail I'd leave you with, because it's so very human. He had been beaten. He'd been forced to sign away rights, to bow to a neighbor's threats, to swallow a humiliation in front of his own people. A lesser instinct would have been to bury it, to minimize it, to hope the country would forget. Yuan did the opposite. He took the date of the surrender, the 9th of May, and he made it a national day of remembrance. A day of national humiliation. He carved the wound into the calendar, on purpose, so that it could not heal over and be forgotten. So that every year, his people would remember exactly what had been done to them and who had done it. It was a calculated act, and a shrewd one, because a humiliation remembered becomes a grievance, and a grievance becomes a fuel. The bitterness of 1915 poured directly into the rising tide of Chinese nationalism, into the movements and the anger that would shape the country for the next generation and beyond. Japan got its concessions, but in forcing them, it lit something it could not put out, and the memory of that secret list outlasted every right it extracted. China lost the round and kept the wound, and the wound did more work over the long century than anything Japan carried off that May. Now, China's whole defense, remember, was to drag a secret into the light, to win by making sure the world could see. So step back with me. Step back 400 years, to an age before there was any press to leak to, before there was any wider world to appeal to, an age when a king could carve up an entire kingdom in total secrecy for the simple and brutal reason that the man who owned it had no way on earth to find out. The year is 1500, and to feel this one properly, you have to set aside everything modern about secrecy. No newspapers, no leaks to a foreign correspondent, no archive that some clerk might one day open. In the year 1500, if two kings agreed something in a sealed room and chose to tell no one, then no one knew, full stop. The secret was as good as the wax that closed it. And two of the most powerful men in Europe were about to use that perfect darkness to do something genuinely cold-blooded, to carve up a kingdom belonging to a man who was family. Let me introduce the players. First, Ferdinand of Aragon, the Spanish king, half of the famous royal pair who'd sent Columbus across the ocean and finished the long reconquest of Spain. And of all the rulers we'll meet tonight, Ferdinand may be the coldest. This is the man that Machiavelli, writing his handbook of ruthless statecraft, held up as a model, the prince's prince, the master of cunning, a ruler who understood that in politics, sentiment is a luxury, and trust is a tool you hand to other people so you can pull it later. Remember that, because it's about to matter in the most personal way. Second, Louis XII of France, King of France, pressing an old French claim to the Kingdom of Naples in southern Italy. Ambitious, acquisitive, eager for the prize, and, as it turns out, considerably out of his depth against the man he was about to climb into bed with. And third, the victim, Frederick, the King of Naples, the last of an Aragonese line on the Neapolitan throne, which is to say, Frederick of Naples was Ferdinand of Aragon's own kinsman, his blood, his cousin, in the loose royal way of these things, same family, same dynasty. And Frederick, sitting on his throne in Naples, believed what a man in his position would naturally believe, that whatever dangers the world held, his own powerful Spanish cousin was not among them. That kinship, if it meant anything, meant safety from your own family. It meant nothing. That's the whole story, really. It meant nothing at all. Because on the 11th of November, 1500, Louis having signed his copy in France some weeks earlier, Ferdinand now setting his hand to it at Granada, the two kings secretly agreed to invade the Kingdom of Naples together and split it between them. Carve it in two. Louis would take the north, the city of Naples itself, and the lands around it, Ferdinand would take the south. They drew the line, divided the spoils, and agreed to fall on the kingdom together. And the King of Naples, the man on the throne, the man whose country and crown were being quietly halved on a page in another country, knew nothing about it. Nothing. He was the subject of the entire agreement, and the one person on earth not permitted to see it. And there's a chilling little detail that shows you just how deliberate the silence was. They did tell someone. They informed the Pope, Alexander VI, the Borgia Pope, and got his blessing on the partition. So the secret wasn't kept out of laziness or haste. It was kept selectively. The Pope was inside the circle of knowing. The man being robbed was outside it. They went to the trouble of getting the partition approved by the highest authority in Christendom, and never breathed a word to the king whose kingdom it actually was. The victim was the only one in the dark, and he was kept there on purpose. Then they sprang it. The armies moved almost before Frederick understood what was happening to him. French forces from the north, Spanish forces from the south, his own cousin's troops, closing on a kingdom that had no idea, until far too late, that it was being attacked by two great powers at once in a coordinated ambush. Frederick never had a chance. Betrayed from the one direction he'd never thought to guard, outnumbered, overrun, he was beaten quickly. By the summer of 1501, he had surrendered. He gave up his throne and went into exile in France, the country that had just helped destroy him. And there, a few years later, he died. A king undone not by an enemy, but by the cousin he'd trusted, precisely because he was the cousin he'd trusted. Machiavelli, watching all this, would point to it as a lesson. It is a lesson. The lesson is that kinship is not armor. So the ambush worked. Perfectly. And here is where the secret treaty turns around and bites the hands that drew it. Because when these two kings had carved Naples in two, north for France, south for Spain, they had left something unfinished. A set of districts in the middle of the kingdom, rich ones, including a region whose taxes on its great sheep herds were one of the kingdom's main sources of wealth. And these middle districts they had not actually assigned to anyone, whether by oversight or by each side quietly hoping to grab them later. The partition had a blank space in its very center, a gap in the fine print. And a gap like that, between two powers who have just proven to the entire world that they will betray a blood relative for land, is not going to stay peaceful for long. The friends began to circle that unclaimed middle. Each wanted it. Each felt entitled to it. The very same document that had worked so beautifully to destroy Frederick now had a flaw built into its heart, and that flaw pulled the partners apart. Suspicion turned to friction, friction to skirmishes, and skirmishes, by 1502, into open war between France and Spain over the spoils they'd stolen together. The thieves fell out over the loot. The hidden ambiguity in their secret deal had become the fault line that shattered their alliance. Exactly, you might say, as a deal struck in that little ungoverned space between two predators always will. And into that war stepped the man who decided it. His name was Gonzalo Fernandez de Córdoba, and history would give him a grander one, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. He was Ferdinand's commander in Italy, and he was one of the most important soldiers of his entire age, because he understood something that most of the world's generals had not yet grasped. He understood gunpowder. He understood that the handheld firearm, clumsy, slow, sneered at by the proud heavy cavalry and the famed pikemen of the day, was about to change what a battle was. And at a place called Cerignola, in April of 1503, he proved it. He set his firearm troops behind cover and let the French cavalry and the Swiss pikemen, the most feared infantry in Europe, come at him, and he shot them to pieces before they could close. Cerignola is often called the first great battle in history, decided by handheld gunpowder weapons. I'll say often called because firsts in history are slippery things and historians like to argue about them. But the meaning of it isn't in doubt. A new kind of war had arrived, and the great captain had arrived with it. And then, in the dead of that same winter, he did it again, crossing a freezing river in a Christmas week storm to fall on the French where they didn't expect him, and breaking them a second time. By the next year, France was expelled from Naples entirely, driven out, gone. Which leaves us with the ending, and the ending is the coldest part of all. Go back to the beginning. Whose idea was it to split Naples in two? Ferdinand's. The whole partition, the whole secret deal to share the kingdom with France, that was the bargain Ferdinand had proposed and signed. And now look where it ended. Frederick, the kinsman, was dead in exile. Louis, the partner, was beaten and thrown out of Italy. And Ferdinand of Aragon, the man who had offered only to take half, held all of Naples, the entire kingdom. He had outbetrayed his betrayer. He'd used France to help him destroy his cousin, and then used a war to destroy France, and walked away with everything, having promised, at the start, to settle for a share. That's the purest version of the thing we keep circling tonight. A secret deal that does its dark work flawlessly, and then, because of a flaw hidden in its own fine print, devours the very people who signed it, until only the coldest man at the table is left standing on the whole prize. Spain would hold southern Italy for 200 years on the strength of it, and it began with a line drawn through a kinsman's kingdom, in a sealed room, in perfect silence, because in the year 1500, a secret like that could simply be kept. But the world doesn't stay silent forever. And 4 centuries later, secrecy would have to work much harder. Because the next secret I want to show you wasn't a single clause hidden inside a treaty at all. It was a whole treaty, an entire alliance between 2 of the most powerful nations on earth, whose very existence they would flatly deny to the world and to their own citizens for the better part of 60 years. So picture the opposite of a single clause hidden inside a long document. Picture a document so secret that the secret isn't any one line of it. The secret is that the whole thing is on the table at all. That the 2 men signing it are even in the room together. That there is a room. The war is ending. For years, the codebreakers of Britain and the codebreakers of the United States have sat shoulder to shoulder, reading the enemy's mail, the traffic of two empires, decoded together in a long, quiet partnership that won battles no one would ever be told about. Bletchley Park on one side of the ocean, the American services on the other, sharing the most precious thing either of them had, the ability to listen. And now the war is won, and the natural thing, the expected thing, is to pack it up, demobilize, go home. The shared enemy is gone. The reason to share is gone with it. They did the opposite. In September of 1945, the American president, Truman, quietly authorized the partnership to continue. And on the 5th of March, 1946, in a short agreement between the British and American Signals Intelligence Boards, the wartime marriage was made permanent. They would go on pooling what they heard. They would carve the planet itself into zones. You listen here, we'll listen there, and we'll share the take. And the man pressing hardest for it on the British side, Sir Edward Travis of Bletchley, argued that there could be no half measures between them. Anything less than complete partnership, total mutual access, could only breed suspicion. All in or not at all. And the first principle of the thing, the one that mattered most, the one folded into its very design, was that no one could ever know it existed. Not a hidden paragraph in a treaty the world could read. There was no treaty the world could read. The agreement itself was the secret. The parties pledged to keep its very existence dark, even from outsiders, and they kept that pledge with a thoroughness that is almost hard to comprehend. Because then it simply ran. It expanded. Canada came in 1948, Australia and New Zealand in 1956. The 2 eyes became 5, and the 5 eyes became the spine of Cold War surveillance, the architecture under which the West listened to the world, the framework that would one day carry the name Echelon for decades. And all through those decades, if you had asked any of the governments involved whether such an alliance existed, the answer was no, there is no such thing. We don't know what you mean. And here's the detail that tells you how total the silence was. It didn't just keep the public out. It kept its own people out. By the accounts that come down to us, a sitting Australian Prime Minister, Gough Whitlam, was reportedly not told that his own country had signed up to the most powerful intelligence pact on Earth until 1973, decades after the fact. The man running the country was, on this, outside the circle of knowing. And there's an earlier story, smaller and stranger, of a British official in the 1950s having to quietly send an Australian officer off to do a bit of discreet ferreting, just to find out which sections of the agreement Australia actually held. The secret was so well kept that the men inside it sometimes couldn't tell you what they'd signed. Think about that for a moment, in the quiet. Every other secret we've sat with tonight was a thing hidden inside something visible, a clause behind a clause, a page beneath a page. This one had no visible part at all, no public face to hide behind, because there was no public face. The whole edifice was the hidden page, a planet-spanning machine for listening, built and run and expanded across 2/3 of a century, and the people it listened to were never permitted to know it was there. So how does a secret like that ever end? Not with a leak this time. Not a clerk, not a captured file, not a defector. It ended the slowest way a secret can end, by the state itself, at long last, simply deciding to stop denying it. No government would even say the name until 1999. The existence was confirmed, grudgingly, around 2005. And then, finally, on the 25th of June, 2010, the United States and Britain declassified the founding document itself and laid it out for anyone to read. 7 pages. That's all it was. 7 pages, holding up an apparatus that had shaped the secret life of the modern world, promptly ranked, when it surfaced, among the most important documents of the entire Cold War. 7 pages. 64 years. It's a strange anniversary to be sitting near, actually. That declassification happened on the 25th of June, which, near enough, is tonight. 16 years ago to the day, give or take, the 7 pages came out of the dark. And what they explained, when they did, was not some dusty quarrel between dead empires. They explained the surveilled world we were already living in, the one that ran on, past 2010. Straight to the programs a young contractor named Edward Snowden would drag into the light 3 years later. The secret didn't just outlast almost every other secret on tonight's list. When it finally broke, it turned out to be the floor the present was standing on. From a secret so total, even a prime minister wasn't trusted with it, let me take you to a man who had the opposite problem. A man whose secret was small, a few pages in a saddlebag, while the scandal wrapped around it grew so loud it would follow his crown for 100 years. Step back 4 centuries, to a king in a cell. His name was Francis I, King of France, and in the year 1525 he had just suffered about the worst day a king can have. At a battle called Pavia, in Italy, his army had been shattered and he himself had been captured, taken prisoner by the forces of the one man on earth he most feared and most resented, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, the Habsburg Colossus whose lands wrapped around France on nearly every border, Spain to the south, the Low Countries to the north, the German lands to the east, Italy below. Francis looked out from his captivity at a map in which he was encircled, outmatched, and now personally humiliated by a fellow Catholic monarch who held him like a debt to be collected. And he reached for the one card no Christian king was supposed to touch. He reached for the Sultan. Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottoman Sultan at the dizzying height of his power, the most feared Muslim ruler on earth, the very figure that Christian Europe had spent centuries defining itself against. If Francis could not break out of the Habsburg ring by himself, then perhaps the man who menaced that ring from the east could do it for him. A second front, a blade aimed at Charles's back. It was, by the lights of the age, close to unthinkable, and Francis thought it. The first attempt to reach Constantinople, smuggled out through his mother who governed France in his absence, never arrived. The embassy simply vanished in the mountains of Bosnia, swallowed by the road, lost before it reached the Sultan at all. A cry for help that disappeared into a mountain range. But a second messenger got through. He carried letters to Suleiman, pleading, in essence, for rescue, and the Sultan's reply came back in February of 1526. The door was open, and that first desperate reaching across the great divide of the age, a beaten king begging a Muslim emperor to strike his Christian rival, that was the part that was truly secret. Hidden because it had to be. A thing that could not yet bear the light. Now watch how the secret matured, because this is the heart of it, and the part the legend usually gets wrong. In time, France sent a permanent ambassador to live at Constantinople, a man named Jean de la Forêt, and La Forêt rode east carrying two missions in the same bag. The first was public, and it was about trade. A commercial treaty, the capitulations, they were called, granting French merchants low duties, their own consuls, the right to their own law in Ottoman lands, protection for Christians in the Levant. The foundation, as it turned out, of French commerce in the East for centuries. That was the face the world was shown. Two crowns doing business. But folded in beside it, drafted by the French Chancellor and dated to February of 1535, was the other mission, the secret one. And the secret one was a war. A detailed plan for a coordinated invasion of Italy, France to strike in the north, the Ottoman fleet and army to strike from the south against Naples, and instructions for La Forêt to ask Suleiman for a fortune in gold and for the Ottoman army to land in Sicily and Sardinia and set up a king there, a king France itself would name. The public page promised peace and commerce. The hidden page, riding in the very same saddlebag, promised to put a French-chosen monarch on a Mediterranean throne. One diplomat, two treaties, drawn in the same breath by the same hand, and only one of them meant for daylight. So that's the secret. A war plan in a bag behind a trade deal. Hold on to that, because here's where I have to be careful with you and tell you the part the popular telling gets backwards. What everyone remembers about this alliance is not the secret. What everyone remembers is the scandal. And the scandal was not hidden at all. Because years later, in 1543, a French and Ottoman fleet besieged the city of Nice together in the open. And that winter, the entire Ottoman fleet, tens of thousands of men under the Corsair Admiral Barbarossa, was billeted in a French port, Toulon. On the king's own orders, the ordinary townspeople were moved out to make room for them. For one whole winter, a great Ottoman fleet wintered on the soil of Christian France. The cathedral was given over for use as a mosque. The call to prayer sounded out 5 times a day across Provence. Ottoman coin changed hands in the markets. One observer wrote that to look at Toulon, you might imagine yourself standing in Constantinople. And Christendom recoiled. But notice, none of that was secret. That was the loudest thing in Europe. France did not hide the fleet at Toulon. France could not have hidden the fleet at Toulon if it had wanted to. It was disavowed in the open, denounced from every Christian pulpit, mocked in the emperor's own propaganda, but it was not concealment. It was spectacle. The secret had been the small thing, the early thing, the war plan in the bag. The enormous thing, the alliance itself, the fleet on the quay, the muezzin over the cathedral, that France ended up wearing in the full glare of day, for everyone to see and judge. And I'd ask you to hold the religion of it evenly, the way I try to. There's no mockery owed to either faith here. What we're watching is something older and colder than faith. Two rulers, a Catholic and a Muslim, each using the other as a tool against a shared enemy, and neither pretending it was anything warmer than that. The alliance lasted, on and off, for some 250 years, the first durable, frankly pragmatic partnership between a Christian and a Muslim great power, and a permanent fixture of European diplomacy thereafter. The trade privileges made France the dominant Western commercial power in the Levant well into the modern era. Strategically, it did exactly what the man in the cell had wanted. It forced Charles V to look two ways at once, and it checked the Habsburg shadow over Europe. And there's that famous, damning phrase that gets hung on the whole affair, the sacrilegious union of the lily and the crescent, the lily of France and the crescent of the Ottomans. It's a wonderful line, but I should tell you the truth about it, because we do that here. It isn't a cry from the 1540s at all. It's the phrasing of a historian of the 20th century, looking back, putting an elegant label on an old scandal. A contemporary of Francis's did call the pact a vile, infamous, diabolical treaty. That part is real. But the lovely line about the lily and the crescent is a later man's verdict, not a voice from the time. Which leaves the irony sitting right where the chapter began. The part of this whole business that was ever genuinely secret was the smallest part of it. A war plan, a few pages, a saddlebag. And the part that became one of the most notorious scandals in the history of Christian Europe was lived entirely out loud. The secret served its purpose and slipped quietly into history. The scandal is what France wore for a century. Before we move on, I'd like to ask you something, and it's a small thing, but it shapes what we make next. If there's a topic you've been turning over, a treaty you've always half wondered about, an institution whose real history you've never been told, a figure from the past you'd quietly love to spend a night like this with, tell me. Leave it in the comments. A name, a year, an empire, a mystery. I read them. And more of these nights than you'd guess have started as a single line someone left down there in the dark. So if there's a story you want pulled into the light, point me at it. Now, most of tonight's secrets were kept by men who knew exactly what they were doing. This next one is different, and I'll be honest, it's the closest thing to a comedy on the whole list. Because this is the story of two of the most powerful men alive signing a secret treaty on a boat in a kind of giddy private daydream of their own importance, and then being made to put it away, like children, by the grown-ups who actually ran their empires. It's the summer of 1905. And Russia is reeling. It has just been beaten, humiliatingly, shockingly, in a war with Japan, and at home it is convulsed by revolution. The Tsar, Nicholas II, is a man under enormous pressure and not, by most accounts, built to bear it. And watching all this from Berlin is his cousin, Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany. Now, Wilhelm had a dream, and the dream was this: to pull Russia away from France. For years, France and Russia had been bound in an alliance, the thing that hemmed Germany in from both sides at once. And if Wilhelm could only detach his cousin Nicky from the French and bind him to Germany instead, the whole encirclement would fall apart. And Wilhelm, who believed with his whole chest that the personal friendship between two royal cousins could simply rewrite the map of Europe, decided he would do it himself. In person, quietly. He arranged a meeting on about 4 days' notice, and he drafted the treaty with his own hand, without telling his chancellor, without telling, really, anyone whose job it was to know. On the 24th of July, the two imperial yachts met in the Gulf of Finland, off a place called Björkö. The emperors went aboard. Wilhelm worked on his cousin, all warmth, all urgency, all destiny, and produced his treaty. And Nicholas, the pliant one, the one who tended to agree with whoever was most forceful in the room, signed it. A binding mutual defense pact between Germany and Russia. Each empire pledged to come to the other's aid if attacked. Wilhelm had even slipped in a little wording of his own, limiting it to Europe. It was witnessed not by foreign ministers. There wasn't a foreign minister within 100 miles of the water, but by a German foreign office man and, for Russia, by the Navy minister who happened to be there. 2 emperors and a couple of aides on a yacht, redrawing the alliances of a continent over the course of an afternoon afloat. And the catch, the one they were both far too pleased with themselves to dwell on, was that Russia had just promised mutual defense to Germany, while it was already bound by treaty to defend France. The very alliance Wilhelm was trying to break, Nicholas had not actually broken. He'd simply signed a second, contradictory one on top of it, as though a man might marry someone new without troubling to mention he was already married. Wilhelm, for his part, recorded the moment in tones of high rapture. They had joined hands, he wrote, and signed before God, who had heard their vows. What is signed, he declared, is signed. It was not, as it turned out, signed. Because then the document came home, and the men who actually ran these 2 empires read it, and they reacted the way you'd react to discovering the family's most excitable relative had quietly committed everyone to something ruinous while on holiday. In Germany, the Chancellor, Bernhard von Bülow, was so incensed, in particular over that little in-Europe phrase Wilhelm had scribbled in on his own, that he threatened to resign over it. And here is the detail I cannot help but love. The all-powerful German Kaiser, the swaggering warlord of Europe, the man who had just signed a treaty before God on a boat, was reduced to pleading with his own employee not to quit, begging over a few words he'd written in himself. The almighty emperor on his knees, asking his chancellor to please stay. And in Russia, the Tsar's foreign minister and his great statesman Witter sat Nicholas down and explained the obvious thing to him, the thing 2 emperors on a yacht had managed not to notice. You have promised Germany something you cannot give it, because you have already promised it to France. And France, they reminded him, holds Russia's debts. France is the bank. You cannot pick a fight with your own banker on the strength of an afternoon's enthusiasm. So Nicholas sheepishly backed out, conditioning the whole treaty on French agreement that everyone knew would never, ever come. By late in the year, the thing was simply dead, never ratified, quietly torn up. It is the great what-if of the years before the First World War, the closest Germany ever came to peeling Russia loose and breaking out of its encirclement. And it failed not because an enemy stopped it, but because the two men grand enough to sign it were not, in the end, powerful enough to keep it. By 1905, it turned out even emperors had bosses. The alliance system, the foreign ministries, the bankers in Paris, all of it proved heavier than two royal signatures sworn before God on the open sea. A treaty that changed history not by what it did, but by failing to do anything at all, while the grown-ups who hadn't been invited onto the boat quietly cleaned up the mess. Two emperors signed a thing their governments wouldn't let them keep. Now, let me show you three statesmen who signed a thing their governments made, very sure no one would see. And the difference between those two stories is the difference between a farce and a tragedy. Because this time, the secret held. This time, it was carried out, in full, to the last letter. And the people who paid for it weren't even in the room. February of 1945. A palace at Yalta, in the Crimea, with the Second World War grinding toward its end in Europe and still raging in the Pacific. Three men sit in that palace, and one of them is dying. Franklin Roosevelt, the American president, is gaunt and gray and gravely ill. He has 9 weeks to live, though no one quite says so. And he wants, above almost anything, one thing. He wants the Soviet Union to come into the war against Japan. Because the alternative is American soldiers bleeding for every island on the long road to Tokyo, and he would give a great deal to spare them that. He does not yet trust the atomic weapon that is coming. So he means to buy certainty instead. Soviet boots, a second front in the East. And Stalin is willing to sell. For a price. The price was paid in another country's land. The secret agreement, they called it, blandly. The agreement regarding Japan was signed on the 11th of February, 1945, by Stalin, by Roosevelt, and by Churchill. And it was deliberately left out of the public communique the world was given. Underneath the public summit, a hidden deal. In exchange for entering the war within 2 or 3 months of Germany's surrender, the Soviet Union would receive the southern half of Sakhalin Island, a restored naval base on the Chinese coast, and preeminent interests. That exact phrase, in writing, in the great industrial region of Manchuria, with its railroads handed to joint Soviet control. And, in one terse line, the Kuril Islands, the chain running north from Japan, simply handed over to the Soviet Union. Now look closely at what was being spent. Manchuria was not Russia's to give, and it was not America's to give. It was China's, sovereign Chinese territory. And China, Chiang Kai-shek's Republic of China, a formal allied nation, A country fighting on the same side in the very same war was not at Yalta, was not consulted, was not told. A foreign power was handed preeminent interests inside an ally's borders, in a signed document, in secret, and the agreement coolly noted that China's agreement to all this would be obtained afterward, after the fact. The victim would be the last to know. And Churchill, whose name is on the page, was, by his own later account, barely consulted on the Far Eastern bargain at all. The same Churchill who would soon be thundering about an Iron Curtain had signed his name to one of its opening lines almost as an afterthought, just to keep Britain at the table. Then the bill came due, exactly on schedule. Germany surrendered in May. And almost precisely 3 months later, just after midnight on the 9th of August, 1945, the Red Army poured into Manchuria, a force of well over 1 million men, fulfilling the secret pledge to the very weak. Soviet troops took southern Sakhalin and rolled down the Kuril chain through late August. The lines drawn in that Crimean palace became soldiers on the ground irreversibly, before the country they were drawn through could say a word. And when the American ambassador finally sat down with Chiang Kai-shek and told him what had been promised over his head, what had been signed away in his absence, Chiang was, reportedly, so stunned that he asked the man to repeat it, to say it again, because a leader could not, at first, believe that his country had been quietly carved up by his own allies while he was not in the room. The agreement was finally made public by the American State Department on the 11th of February, 1946, 1 year to the day after it was signed in secret. And almost at once, Yalta became a single bitter word in American politics, a byword for betrayal, as the terms sank in, and the Soviet position in Manchuria helped tip China's civil war in the years that followed. But the most extraordinary part isn't the betrayal of 1945 or the scandal of 1946. It's that one short line about a handful of cold islands in the North Pacific is still doing its work right now. Because of the Kurils, because Japan disputes who those 4 southernmost islands belong to, Japan and Russia have, to this day, never signed a formal peace treaty ending the Second World War. 80 years on. A declaration in 1956 restored relations, but quietly set the islands aside. Unresolved and unresolved they remain, tonight, as you listen. A single sentence, written in secret in a dying man's bargain, in a palace by the Black Sea, and 2 nations cannot make peace across it after 80 years. That may be the longest-running consequence of any secret clause on this entire list. And yet, for all its reach, at least Yalta was a real bargain, honestly meant by the men who struck it, however brutal. They intended to keep it, and they did. The next secret I want to show you is stranger and colder than that. Because the next one was a peace that was already a lie before the ink was dry. Step back 5 centuries, to a Christian king who swore a solemn 10-year oath to a sultan, a sacred vow before God, sealed in front of everyone, while a cardinal stood quietly at his side, holding the secret papers that had already, in advance, made the whole oath worthless. So let me take you to that king. to the cardinal at his side and the papers in the cardinal's hand. Step back almost 6 centuries to the year 1444, to the Balkans, that long, contested seam of the world where Christian Europe and the rising Ottoman Empire ground up against each other, generation after generation. And for once, just then, the news on the Christian side was good. There had been a campaign the winter before, a hard, cold, grinding push down into Ottoman territory, and the Christians had bloodied the Sultan's forces more than once. Towns had fallen the right way, and all across Europe people let themselves think a thought they hadn't dared think in years. Maybe this is it. Maybe the Ottomans can actually be driven back out of the Balkans. Maybe the tide has finally turned. At the head of that hope rode 2 men. The first was the king, Vladislaw III, young, devout, the king of Poland and also, by then, of Hungary, a crown laid on a boy's shoulders while he was still half a boy. A genuinely pious young man, by all accounts, who took his faith and his oaths with the seriousness of someone who had not yet learned how cheaply the powerful spend such things. Beside him rode the other man, and the other man was the engine of the whole enterprise. John Hunyadi, the great general of Hungary and Transylvania, the finest soldier of his age in that part of the world, the man who had actually won those winter victories on the ground. Hunyadi was the sword, the king was the crown, and together, just then, they looked unstoppable. And here is where the trap begins to form. Because the Sultan, Murad II, ruling the Ottoman Empire from his capital at Edirne, Murad did not want this war. He had troubles of his own, off in the east, in Anatolia, where other enemies pressed him. The last thing he needed was a hungry Christian coalition coming down the Danube at his back. So Murad did the sensible thing, the thing a tired and overstretched ruler does. He sued for peace, and he offered terms. And the terms were extraordinary. Murad's envoys sat down with the king's people, and the deal they shaped was almost embarrassingly good for the Christian side. A 10-year truce, a full decade of peace, the return of 24 Serbian fortresses, strongholds the Ottomans had taken, handed straight back. The restoration of the Serbian despot, a man named Branković, to his lands. Branković, whose own 2 sons had been taken and blinded by the Ottomans, and who under this peace would get his realm back and his sons returned to him. A great sum in tribute. And in exchange, really, only this, that the Hungarian side agree not to cross the Danube and come south against the Sultan. Peace, fortresses, a freed and restored ally, gold, for a promise to simply stand still. Sit with how good that is for a moment. A rising power, smelling blood, is offered nearly everything it could realistically want, without having to risk a single further battle to get it. The despot Branković, you can imagine, wanted this peace kept with every fiber of his being. He had his country and his children back. Why on earth would anyone gamble that away? The treaty was settled, and it moved toward ratification. In the middle of August, at a place called Várad, the king's side made it formal and binding under Hungarian law. A solemn, sworn, 10-year peace between the King of Poland and Hungary and the Sultan of the Ottomans. On its face, the war was over before it had really resumed. On its face, the tide had turned and then, wisely, been banked. But you know by now that the face is never the whole of it. And behind this one stood a churchman with a different plan entirely. His name was Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini. Not a soldier and not a king. He was the Pope's man, the papal legate, sent to ride with this crusade and keep its fire lit. And Cesarini did not want peace. To the church, this was a holy war, and the whole point of it was to drive the Ottomans back while they could be driven, not to pocket a few fortresses and go home. A 10-year truce, to a man like Cesarini, was throwing away the best chance in a generation to do the thing the crusade existed to do. But the king had sworn, or was about to. So what could a cardinal possibly do against a solemn oath, sworn before God, between a king and a sultan? What Cesarini did was find a door in the oath itself. Now we come to the secret. And the secret here is a strange one, stranger in its way than any locked drawer or hidden annex we've opened tonight. Because the secret in this story was not a thing kept in a vault. It was a thing done to the oath before the oath was given. Cesarini, a trained canon lawyer, reached for an argument that the medieval church kept ready for exactly such moments, that an oath sworn to an infidel, to a non-Christian, to the Sultan, was not, in the eyes of God, truly binding. That a peace which blocked a holy war was contrary to the divine will, and that the Pope, therefore, held the power to release a Christian king from such a vow. And so, at a town called Szeged, before the peace was ever formally ratified, the cardinal had the king and his nobles do a remarkable thing. He had them abjure, in advance, any treaties, present or future, that they might make with the Sultan. He had them renounce the oath before they swore it, and he produced, or promised, a papal dispensation, a formal absolution from Rome, forgiving in advance the perjury they were all about to commit. The breaking of faith was pardoned before the faith was even pledged. Read that again slowly, because it really is the cold heart of the thing. They cancelled the promise first. Then they made the promise. The decade of quiet Murad thought he had bought was a dead letter before the wax was warm. He was negotiating in good faith with men who had already, in a room he would never see, agreed that the words meant nothing. One peace, sworn out loud. One renunciation, sworn in advance, and only the second one was ever meant to count. And here is the detail that I cannot get past, the human detail, the one that tells you everything about the weight of what was being done. When the moment came to actually swear the treaty, the king would not do it himself. Vladislaw, young, devout, his conscience apparently sitting heavier on him than the cardinal's clever doctrine could lift, would not put the lie in his own mouth. So Hunyadi swore it for him. The general took the oath on behalf of the king and all Hungary, and the king let him. Think about what that tells you. The whole structure of canon law had been assembled to make this betrayal permissible. The abjuration, the dispensation, the Pope's own authority invoked to bless it. And still, When it came to the actual oath before the actual God, the young man at the center of it could not bring himself to speak the words. He needed another man to say his lie for him. The law had pardoned the perjury. The conscience hadn't gotten the message. So the peace was sworn, and almost at once it was broken. The pieces were already moving. Within weeks, the king repudiated the treaty he had just ratified, and the army marched. In late September, it crossed the Danube, the very river the peace had promised it would not cross, and drove south and east, racing for the Black Sea coast, where a fleet and reinforcements were meant to meet it. The crusade was on again. The dispensation had done its work. The men who had sworn to stand still were on the move, certain that God and the Pope were with them, certain that the broken oath was no sin because a cardinal had told them so. And the Sultan? Here is the part that makes the whole story land. Murad had believed the peace, believed it so completely that he had done something almost no ruler ever does. He had abdicated, stepped down from his throne, handed power to his young son, and retired into private life in Anatolia, satisfied that his European frontier was quiet for a decade. He trusted the oath enough to walk away from the most powerful position in his world. And now messengers came galloping to tell him that the peace was broken. The Christians were across the Danube, and his empire's whole European flank was open and undefended. So they dragged the old Sultan back, out of retirement, back across the water into Europe, back to the head of an army he had thought he was finished with, recalled to save the realm from the men who had given him their word. The two forces met on the 10th of November, 1444, near a city on the Black Sea called Varna. It was a catastrophe for the crusade, total and final. The Christian army was destroyed. The king, the young, devout king who could not swear his own false oath, was killed in the fighting, and his body was never found. Never recovered, never identified, simply gone, which would feed centuries of rumors that he had somehow survived and slipped away. And Cardinal Cesarini, the architect of the whole design, the man who had unlocked the oath and lit the war, Cesarini died there too, in the rout, somewhere on that field. The hand that voided the peace and the head that wore the crown both stayed on the ground at Varna. And there is a final image, and I have to be careful with it, because the most cinematic parts of it come down to us through the Christian chroniclers, the ones who wrote afterward and read the disaster as the plain judgment of God on a broken vow. So take these as the chroniclers tell it, not as cold fact. The story goes that the Ottomans went into the battle with the broken treaty itself raised on a lance, lifted up like a standard, the violated document, the perjured peace, carried into the fighting as a banner. And afterward, the chroniclers say the dead king's head was displayed on a spear with a copy of the treaty he had broken set beside it. The oath and the man who broke it shown together as if to say, here is the word, and here is what became of the one who gave it falsely. Whether those exact images are history or legend, the deeper verdict they carry is just true. Because look at what the secret actually bought. Nothing. Worse than nothing. The whole clever apparatus, the doctrine, the abjuration, the dispensation, The war restarted on a pardoned lie. It did not deliver the Balkans. It delivered Varna. It killed the king and the cardinal and an army, and it handed the Ottomans not just a battlefield victory, but the moral high ground on top of it, because now they were the wronged party, the side whose enemy had sworn falsely before God. The broken oath became Ottoman propaganda for generations. And the road it was meant to close, the road south, the road to Constantinople, it threw that road wide open instead. 9 years later, Murad's son would ride down it and take the city, and the 1,000-year Eastern Empire would fall, and one of the last real chances to have stopped any of it had died in the mud at Varna with the men who thought a clever clause could outwit their own sworn word. This was the deal that was a lie before the ink was dry. A peace voided in advance, in secret, by a man certain he was serving heaven, and it brought him nothing but the catastrophe he was trying to prevent. Now, the cardinal at Seged found a way to sign a peace he had already, secretly, decided would not hold, a churchman quietly assuming a war that had not yet started and arranging the documents to suit it. Hold that exact shape in your mind, because almost 500 years later, another churchman would sit at another table with another regime and put his name to another secret supplement, one that also, quietly, assumed a war that had not yet started. Only this time the table was in Rome and Berlin, and the man across it was Hitler. The year is 1933. Hitler has been in power in Germany for a matter of months. The regime is brand new, raw, not yet the thing the world would come to know. And like every brand new regime, it wants one thing above almost all others. It wants to be taken seriously. It wants legitimacy. It wants the established powers of the world to treat it not as a gang that has seized a country, but as a proper government, a respectable state, the kind you sign treaties with. And there is one institution on earth whose recognition carries a particular kind of weight, older than any government in Europe, older than most of the borders. The Catholic Church, the Holy See, the Vatican, the papacy in Rome. To be recognized by Rome, to sign a formal agreement with the Pope's own representatives, is to be handed a certain dignity that no other handshake on earth quite confers. For a regime only months old and hungry for standing, that was a prize worth pursuing. And the Church, for its part, wanted something too. This is the thing to hold steady as we go through it, that this was, at bottom, a trade, and both sides came to it wanting something real. For a decade and more, the Catholic Church in Germany had been trying to secure firm legal protections for itself, guarantees for its clergy, its schools, its right to run its own affairs and worship as it chose, written down and binding, safe from the whims of whatever government held power. A new government, eager to please, suddenly willing to sign, that was an opening the Church had wanted for years. So here were two parties, each holding exactly what the other wanted. Rome had legitimacy to confer. Berlin had legal protections to offer. The shape of a bargain was obvious. That bargain was called the Reichskonkordat. A concordat, which is simply the formal name for a treaty between the Holy See and a state. It was signed on the 20th of July, 1933, and ratified that September. And on the German side, it was signed by Franz von Papen, the Vice-Chancellor. On the side of the Church, it was signed by the Vatican's Secretary of State, a cardinal named Eugenio Pacelli. Remember that name, Eugenio Pacelli. We'll come back to it, and to why it makes this particular secret heavier than it might otherwise be. And the public treaty, the concordat the world was shown, was, on its face, an unremarkable document. A church-state settlement, protections for Catholic clergy and Catholic schools and Catholic worship in Germany. The Church got its legal guarantees. The regime got its handshake from Rome, its dose of international respectability, and, not incidentally, the dissolution of the Catholic political party in Germany, the removal of one more independent center of power that might have stood against it. Each side, by the measure of the day, walked away thinking it had gotten the better of the deal. A transaction, observed, not judged. But the public concordat was not the whole of what was signed that day, because folded in alongside it, kept off the published text, omitted from the version the world was given to read, there was a secret supplement. In German it has a name, the Geheime Anlage, the secret annex. A short edition, not printed with the treaty, not shown to the public, handed quietly across to the regime. And the subject of that secret annex is the thing that makes the whole story land. Because the secret annex was about conscription, about the drafting of men into an army. Let me put its plain language in front of you, slowly, because the wording is the entire point. The secret supplement laid out what would happen to Catholic clergy and to seminarians, the young men training for the priesthood, in the event of a change in the German armed forces. Specifically, and I'm staying close to the text, in the sense of the introduction of universal conscription. It arranged how priests and trainee priests would be handled if Germany brought back the draft, which roles would be exempt, who would serve, and in what capacity, with a particular carve-out for the case of a general mobilization, routing clergy toward the medical units rather than the front line. Now, on its own, that sounds like the dullest possible clause. Administrative housekeeping. Who serves, who doesn't, how the church's men are slotted into a draft. Why on earth would that need to be secret? Here is why. In 1933, Germany was forbidden to have universal conscription. It was forbidden to have a large army at all. The Treaty of Versailles, the settlement that had ended the First World War, had stripped Germany of exactly these things, deliberately, to keep it from ever again becoming the military power it had been. No draft, no mass army. That was the law Germany was living under, the law the whole world expected it to obey. So look again at what that secret annex actually is. It is a detailed, carefully worked out plan for what happens when Germany brings back conscription, a thing Germany was not, at that moment, legally allowed to do. It is a contingency arranged for an event that could only occur if Germany broke the Treaty of Versailles and illegally rearmed. Which means the secret supplement, sitting quietly off the public page, quietly assumed that Hitler intended to do precisely that. It took for granted a future German army that did not yet legally exist. It planned in detail for a mobilization, for a war footing, at a moment when there was officially no army large enough to mobilize and no war anywhere in sight. A war plan, you might say, with no war yet attached to it. And that is why it could not be on the public page. Because to print it openly, to publish, in 1933, a formal arrangement about clergy and general mobilization would have been to admit, in writing, in front of the whole world, that both parties at that table understood perfectly well that Germany was going to rearm, was going to break the treaty, was going to head toward a war big enough to need every man it could draft, priests included. The secrecy protected both sides from that charge. It let the public concordat stand as an innocent church-state settlement, while the real understanding about what was coming sat folded away, unprinted, where no one would have to answer for it. The handshake in the daylight, the foreknowledge in the dark. And I want to be careful and even handed here, the way this channel tries to be, because this is sacred ground for a great many people, and the temptation to render a verdict is strong. So I won't render one. I'll just let the document sit there and say what it says. The plain fact is this: a secret supplement was signed off the public text, arranging clergy conscription against a future German army, at a time when that army was illegal and that war was unannounced. What each man at that table believed in his heart, how much was foresight and how much was mere bureaucratic thoroughness, what the church intended or feared or hoped, those are questions people far more learned than me have argued over for the better part of a century, and I'm not going to pretend to settle them for you tonight. I'm only going to show you the page. The page assumed a war. That much is not in dispute. And then the long fuse simply burn. Because the thing the secret annex had quietly assumed in 1933, it came true. In March of 1935, less than 2 years later, roughly 20 months down the road, Hitler stood up and openly reintroduced universal conscription in Germany. He tore up that piece of Versailles in broad daylight, announced it to the world, and began building the mass army he had always meant to build. The illegal thing became the public thing. And the secret supplement that had planned for exactly this moment, the clause about clergy and conscription and general mobilization, was suddenly not a strange hypothetical anymore. It was operative. It was simply correct. It had named the future in writing 20 months before that future arrived, and now the future had arrived precisely as named. That is a different kind of exposure than the ones we've been sitting with all night. There was no leak here, no clerk, no captured file, no defector flinging the secret into the light. The annex was never dramatically unmasked. It was simply that, as the years passed, the world caught up to what the document had quietly known all along, and the meaning of those buried lines, which had read like dull housekeeping in 1933, came into terrible focus as the very war they presupposed began to assemble itself on the horizon. The secret didn't get discovered. It got confirmed by events, one step at a time. And there's a small telling coda that makes the point sharper still. The supplement was held so closely that even within the German government itself, the knowledge of it didn't travel far. A senior official in the German Foreign Ministry, a man whose entire job was foreign agreements, who you would assume would know the contents of a treaty his own country had signed, did not learn that the secret annex existed until 1939, 6 years after the signing. And 1939, of course, is the year the war the annex had quietly anticipated, finally, fully, came. He found out the secret existed essentially on the eve of the thing it had been written to prepare for. The fuse reached the end at almost the exact moment its existence reached him. And then there is that name I asked you to hold. Eugenio Pacelli, the cardinal who signed this concordat, secret supplement and all, on behalf of the Church. 6 years later, in 1939, that same man was elected Pope. He became Pius XII, the Pope who would lead the Catholic Church through the entire Second World War. The wartime Pope, whose conduct in those years, whose silences and choices and judgments are still argued over fiercely to this day by serious people on every side. I'm not going to step into that argument. It's far larger than tonight, and far older. I'll only note the plain, strange fact of it, that the man who put his name to this particular secret supplement, the one that quietly assumed the coming war while planning for the priests who'd be caught in it, went on to be the very Pope who had to shepherd his church through that war once it came. The signature in 1933 and the burden in 1939 belonged to the same hand. The Concordat, by the way, technically remains in force in Germany to this day. The agreement still stands. And folded into its history, off the page the public was handed, is a clause that named the coming war before the men who would fight it had admitted out loud that it was coming. We're inching a little closer to that 500 now. And if a single story tonight has lodged itself somewhere and stayed with you, the kindest thing you could do for this small channel is pass it to one other person who'd sit in the dark and listen. Now, I want to do something a little different with this next one. Because so far tonight, every secret I've shown you has been real, hidden, denied, buried, but genuine. An actual clause or annex, or understanding that someone went to trouble to keep in the dark. This next one is the inverse. This is the most famous secret deal on the entire list, and the famous version of it does not exist. It is a thing millions of people are quite sure they know about, repeated endlessly, treated as established fact, and it is, in its popular form, a fiction. So tonight, for once, the job isn't to drag a secret into the light. The job is the opposite. The job is to take a secret that everyone already believes in and switch the light off it, and then show you the real one, the quiet, true one, that almost nobody talks about, standing right behind it. Let me set the actual stage first, because the real conditions matter. The year is 1974, and the financial world has just come loose from its moorings. For decades, the global money system had been anchored to gold through the United States dollar, but in the early 1970s that anchor had been cut, and the dollar now floated free, its value resting on confidence rather than metal. And at that exact moment, something enormous happened to the price of oil. The oil-producing states, acting together, had quadrupled it, sent it through the roof in the space of a year. And that meant that suddenly the oil exporters of the world, and the Gulf states above all, were awash, drowning in money. Rivers of dollars pouring in faster than they could possibly spend it. So the United States had a problem, and it was a specific, technical problem. It had a currency that now needed buyers, that needed the world to keep wanting dollars, keep holding dollars, keep trusting dollars, and it had, sitting out in the Gulf, the largest new pile of loose dollars on the planet. The question was how to connect the two. How to get those oceans of oil money to flow back, usefully, toward the United States. And so the Treasury Secretary, a man named William Simon, flew to Saudi Arabia in 1974 to work exactly that problem. That much is solid history. Now here is the legend that grew up around it, and I want to state it fairly, the way its believers tell it, before I take it apart. The story, as it travels across the internet, through countless videos and articles and confident explanations, goes like this: that in 1974, the United States and Saudi Arabia struck a single sweeping secret deal, that Saudi Arabia, and through it eventually all the major oil producers, would agree to sell their oil only in dollars, exclusively in dollars, forever, and that in exchange America would protect them. That this petrodollar deal was the secret engine of American power, the hidden reason the dollar rules the world. And this is the part that caught fire most recently, that the deal was a 50-year arrangement, signed in 1974, and therefore set to expire in June of 2024. 50 years, right on the nose. And so, in the summer of 2024, a wave of panic and excitement rolled across social media. The petrodollar deal has expired. The secret pact is over. The dollar is finished. Everything is about to change. It's a wonderful story. Clean, dramatic, a secret clause with a ticking clock built right into it. And it is, in nearly every particular, wrong. There was no such treaty. There is no binding 50-year agreement that legally required Saudi Arabia, or anyone else, to price oil exclusively in dollars. It does not exist. It never existed. Nothing expired in June of 2024 because there was no 50-year pricing pact signed in June of 1974 to expire. This has been checked, and checked again, by fact-checkers and economists and the United States' own Government Accountability Office, and they land in the same place every time. The document people are picturing is not real. What was real, signed in June of 1974, was something far more modest, and the gap between the two is the whole point. The actual public instrument from that month was an agreement to set up a United States Saudi Commission on Economic Cooperation, a framework for working together on development, on technology, on trade. And it said nothing about what currency oil had to be priced in. There was no oil for dollars clause in it because pricing oil wasn't what it was about. The Government Accountability Office looked specifically for any such formal pricing agreement and confirmed there wasn't one. And in fact, the Saudis went right on selling some of their oil in British pounds for a while afterward, which is not the behavior of a nation legally bound to dollars and only dollars. The thing that actually wound down around 2024 was that old Administrative Cooperation Commission, quietly reaching the end of its road, not some grand secret currency pact, because that pact was never written. So the most famous secret clause in the history of modern finance turns out to be one that was never actually put on paper. Which leaves the real question sitting there, doesn't it? If the loud secret is a myth, was there a quiet one? Was there anything genuinely hidden in the deal between Washington and Riyadh? There was. And it's better than the legend. Because the real secret wasn't about the price of oil at all. It was about debt. Here was the actual arrangement, worked out later in 1974, largely handled on the American side, not by the famous names, but by Simon's deputy, an assistant Treasury Secretary named Gerald Parsky, Jerry Parsky, the man who did the real negotiating. The deal was this. Saudi Arabia would take its mountains of oil money and use a great deal of it to buy United States government debt, treasury bonds, the IOUs by which America funds itself. Saudi billions would flow back into America by financing the American government directly. That solved Washington's problem beautifully. A vast, reliable, deep-pocketed new buyer for its debt. And in exchange, the Saudis got what they wanted: American weapons, American military protection, an American security umbrella over the kingdom. That part, on its own, isn't so unusual. Plenty of countries buy American debt. But here is the genuinely secret piece, the thing that was actually hidden for decades. The Saudis did not want anyone to know how much American debt they were buying. They wanted the scale of it kept invisible. And so the United States Treasury built them a special confidential back channel to do it, a way for Saudi Arabia to buy treasury bonds quietly, off to the side, outside the normal public process, where every other buyer's purchases got counted and recorded in the open. Their holdings were deliberately hidden, bundled and obscured, so that the size of the Saudi position in American debt simply could not be seen by the public, by other nations, by anyone outside a very small circle. Think about what that actually means, because it's the strangest detail in the whole affair. The Saudis' price, the thing they demanded as part of the bargain, was secrecy itself. Not just money, not just protection. Invisibility. They were a buyer so large and so important that the United States agreed to make them, financially, invisible, to hide their footprint in America's own debt for as long as it could. Concealment wasn't a side effect of this deal. Concealment was one of the goods being purchased. And how long did it hold? Roughly 42 years. For more than 4 decades, the true scale of Saudi holdings of American government debt was kept out of the public accounts, a number nobody on the outside could pin down, sitting quietly in the dark, exactly as designed. Until, at last, in 2016, the news organization Bloomberg pried it loose, not through a leak, not through a defector, but through a Freedom of Information request, a formal legal demand filed to the National Archives for the records the government had been sitting on. and the archives in the end had to hand them over. 42 years after the channel was built to hide the number, a piece of paper and a legal right finally dragged it into daylight, and the world could see for the first time roughly how much of America the Saudis had quietly been holding all along. What the figure is today, I'll only give you carefully, because it moves, it shifts month to month, and you should treat any number you hear as a snapshot, not a fixed fact. But in recent times, the Saudi holdings of United States government debt have run well into the hundreds of billions of dollars, somewhere north of 130 billion, give or take, and climbing in the latest reckonings. Sizable, real, and, for 42 years, invisible. So here's where this one leaves us. The legend, the binding oil for dollars treaty with the ticking 50-year clock, was the loud secret, and it was never real. The hidden debt channel, the buyer the United States agreed to make invisible, was the quiet secret, and it was entirely real, and it stayed buried for 4 decades until a single legal request opened it. And the deeper truth running underneath both is the one this channel keeps circling. The genuine machinery of power so often prefers the place where it cannot be counted. The myth imagined the secret in the thing everyone watches, the price of oil, the engine of the dollar. The real secret was tucked into the plumbing, in the one place built precisely so that no one could add it up. And that's a fitting note to turn on. Because we've spent tonight pulling secrets out of locked drawers and hidden annexes and unprinted pages, secrets that were kept by being physically left off the document. But our next secret was never off the page at all. It sat right there in a public law, printed in plain sight, passed in daylight, available for anyone to read. The trick this time was subtler, and, in a way, more unsettling. They didn't hide the words. They hid the meaning. They took a law everyone could see and decided, behind a closed door, that it secretly meant something nobody who voted for it had ever agreed to. And they kept that meaning secret while it reached quietly into the phone of very nearly every person in a nation. For that one, we come home to this century, to America. So we come home, out of the locked drawers and the unprinted annexes and the old palaces full of cigarette smoke, all the way forward to this century, to a country that prints its laws in plain sight and posts them where anyone can read them. The United States of America, and to a secret that needed no annex at all, because this time they didn't hide the page. They hid what the page meant. Let me take you back to the autumn of 2001. You remember the shape of that autumn, even if you weren't there for it. A nation that had just been attacked on its own soil, on a clear September morning, in a way it had always told itself couldn't happen. And in the weeks after, the smoke still rising, the fear still raw, that nation did what frightened nations do. It reached for new powers. It passed a law, a big one, written fast, voted through in the kind of hurry that fear makes feel like courage. They gave it a name built to be an acronym, the way these things are now, the USA Patriot Act, and the President signed it on the 26th of October, 2001, 6 weeks almost to the day after the towers came down. It was a sprawling law, that one, hundreds of pages. But the part that matters to us tonight was a single section, buried deep inside it, numbered 215. Section 215. And on its face read out loud, as it was to the people whose representatives passed it, it was narrow, modest even. It let the government, in a terrorism investigation, go to a secret court and get an order for any tangible things. Business record. The papers a third party holds about you. And it could do this for things that were, and hold on to this word, because this whole chapter turns on it, for things that were relevant to the investigation. That's the word. Relevant. A small, grey, sensible word. The kind you'd skim right past. And the way it was sold to a frightened public was about as reasonable as a surveillance power can sound. We are hunting terrorists. We need to pull a specific suspect's records. His hotel folio. The books he checked out of a library. One bad man, one set of records relevant to the case against him. Who could object to that? A nation that had just buried thousands of its own did not object to that. The law passed. The country moved on. And the word relevant sat there in the text, in plain sight, looking like the most harmless thing in the world. It was not. It was a trapdoor. And it would be 5 years before anyone started, very quietly, to open it. Now, here is where the secret begins. And it's a strange kind of secret, because, notice this, nothing got hidden in a vault. No annex was slipped off the page. The law stayed exactly where it had always been, public, printed, available to anyone with a library card and an afternoon. What got hidden was the reading of it, the meaning. And it got hidden in the one place built to keep things dark. There is, in the American system, a court that almost no one ever sees. It's called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, the FISA Court, FISC for short, and it is unlike any court you've ever pictured. It meets in secret. Its rulings are secret. And most strangely of all, it hears only one side. When the government comes before it asking for a surveillance power, there is no opposing counsel in the room. No defense. No one to stand up and argue the other way. Just the government, making its case to judges sworn to secrecy behind a door that does not open. A court designed, by its nature, to say yes in the dark. And beginning in May of 2006, the government walked into that secret court with an argument about the word relevant. And the argument went like this. To find the needle, you need the haystack. That was it. That was the whole of it. If you're hunting for the few phone numbers that matter, the ones that terrorists are calling, you can't know in advance which ones those are. So, to find the relevant records, you must first be holding all the records. The whole haystack. Every needle is, by definition, somewhere in the hay, so the entire hay is, in a sense, relevant to finding it. And therefore, the word relevant in section 215 authorized the government to collect and keep the telephone metadata of essentially every phone call made in the United States of America. Who called whom? When? For how long? Nearly all of it. Nearly everyone. The secret court heard that argument, with no one there to answer it, and it said yes. Now, I want to slow down here, because this is the place in the story where I find myself just turning the thing over in my hand, the way you'd turn over some small, strange object you'd found in a drawer and couldn't quite believe was real. A nation's entire telephone record, the call logs of every grandmother and plumber and senator and teenager in the country gathered up into a government database. And the legal authority for the largest act of domestic surveillance in the history of the Republic was one adjective: relevant. A word so ordinary you'd use it 3 times before lunch without noticing. Lawyered patiently in a room with no one to argue back until it quietly came to mean essentially everything that exists. It is, when you stand back from it, the single most consequential vocabulary lesson in the modern history of the world. Generations of poets have labored to make one small word carry an enormous weight. None of them ever made a word carry quite this much. And then they renewed it. That's the part that always lands hardest for me. This wasn't a single ruling made once in a moment of crisis. The orders ran for 90 days at a time, and every 90 days the government went back to the secret court and got them signed again, and again, and again. More than 40 times. For 7 years, the secret reading of that public word was carried quietly forward, reauthorized in the dark, season after season, while above ground, the law itself sat on the books reading exactly as it always had, saying nothing about any of it. The words on the page never changed. Only the meaning the government had privately poured into them, and that meaning was a thing the people governed by it were never, ever shown. So you had, in a free and open democracy, a genuine secret law. The public read Section 215 and saw a tool for getting one suspect's records. The government read the same section behind a sealed door and saw a warrant over the entire nation. 2 readings of one law, and only one of them was true, and it was the one no citizen was allowed to know. Which brings me to the loneliest figures in this whole story, because a handful of people did know, and they couldn't tell you. There were, on the Senate's Intelligence Committee, a small number of senators who, because of their seats, had been briefed. They had been let behind the door. They had seen the gap, the terrible gap, between what the American people believed their law permitted and what their government secretly claimed it permitted. And here was their torment. They were legally forbidden to describe it. The very classification that hid the program also gagged the only elected officials positioned to expose it. So 2 of them, and I'll keep them as the 2 senators, because it was mostly 2 who carried it, began to do the strangest, most frustrated thing. They started to warn the country in code. They went out in public, on the record, and they said, there is a secret law. When the American people find out how the government has interpreted Section 215, they said, they are going to be shocked. There is a gap between what you think is happening and what is actually happening. They said all of that, as loudly as the law would let them. And then they stopped, because the next sentence, the one that said what the secret law actually was a sentence that would have sent them to prison. Picture that. Elected senators standing up before their own people and shouting, as plainly as they were permitted, "Your country is being run by a law you're not allowed to read," and then being legally muzzled at the exact moment the warning would have meant something. Watchdogs, fitted with a muzzle by the very thing they were straining to bark at. And the people who ran the program, they did the other thing. In March of 2013, the nation's Director of National Intelligence sat before a Senate hearing in open session and was asked, more or less directly, whether the government was collecting data on millions of Americans. And he said, "I'll give you the gist. It's close enough that no, it was not wittingly. Not wittingly." 3 months before the whole country would learn that it was collecting the phone records of very nearly all of them, all the time. So that was the standoff in the spring of 2013. A secret reading of a public word, renewed 40-odd times in the dark, defended in daylight with a flat denial, and circled by a couple of gagged senators who knew the truth and couldn't speak it. A sealed system, airtight. The kind of secret that, by every law and every wall built to protect it, ought to have held for a generation. It held until June. On the 5th of June, 2013, a British newspaper, The Guardian, published a document, a leaked one. It was an order from that secret court, a real one, signed by a real FISA judge, and it commanded a major American telephone company, Verizon, to hand the National Security Agency all of its call records. All of them, on an ongoing, daily basis. There it was, in black and white. The secret reading made visible, the whole haystack named in a court order, the program that very nearly every senator and citizen had been assured did not exist, printed on the front page for anyone to read. And it had come out the way these things so often come out on this list, not through the system's own conscience, not through a court or a vote, but through a single person who decided the secret should not be kept. The order was the first of the disclosures from a 29-year-old agency contractor named Edward Snowden. One man, with a copy of the document, walking it out the door. That's all it took to undo 7 years of a secret nobody had voted for. After that, the wall didn't crack. It came down. Litigation forced the secret court to declassify its own opinions. Something like 1,800 pages of them. The hidden reasoning suddenly out where it could finally be argued with. In May of 2015, a federal appeals court ruled, plainly, that Section 215 had never authorized any such thing, that the government's reading of relevant was, in the court's own word, unprecedented and unwarranted. The secret interpretation, dragged at last into a room with 2 sides in it, did not survive the daylight. And weeks later, in June, Congress passed a new law, the USA Freedom Act, that ended the bulk collection for good. The dragnet came down at the end of that November. The whole haystack was, finally, let go. And here is the small, dry detail I'll leave this one on. After all of it, after 7 years of gathering nearly every phone call in the United States, After the secret court and the gagged senators and the flat denials and the database the size of a nation, the government, asked to point to the terror it had actually stopped, could point to essentially one case. One. A single contested conviction in a terrorism financing matter. That was the harvest. The entire haystack of a free country's private life, gathered and held for 7 years on the back of one overworked adjective, to catch, by the most generous count, one fish. The lawyers who fought the program had a line for it that says the whole thing better than I can. Relevant, they wrote, does not mean the whole haystack. It took the country 7 years, and one young man with a thumb drive to agree with them. A law that hid not its words but its meaning, passed in daylight, read in the dark, and reaching all the while into the telephone of very nearly every person in the nation. That was a secret kept inside a published statute. Our last one is the opposite shape again, because the final secret of the night wasn't hidden inside a law at all. It was hidden inside a victory, a public triumph. The whole world watched and cheered, built in the half no one was shown, on a quiet trade. A man who got to look as though he'd won by sheer unbending nerve, when in fact he had bent. And the hiding of that one bend may have done more to shape the next 40 years of human history than almost any secret we've opened tonight. For the last time, then, let me take you into a room. And it is, fittingly, the closest the world has ever come to ending. October 1962. I want you to feel the size of this one before we go in, because it is not like the others. Every secret we've sat with tonight costs something. A kingdom, a war, a reputation, a people's trust. This last secret is the one that may have saved everything. All of it. Every life on the planet. And it did so by being a lie. A generous, world-preserving, terribly costly lie. Stay with me, and you'll see how all three of those things can be true of the same handful of words, spoken in one room, on one night, by men who understood that the truth, if they told it, might get everyone killed. Let me set the edge of the cliff first. For 13 days that October, the United States and the Soviet Union stood closer to nuclear war than any two nations have ever stood, before or since. The Soviets had secretly placed nuclear missiles in Cuba, 90 miles off the American coast, and the Americans had found them. And now the two superpowers were locked eye to eye over them, each with the power to end the world, neither able to look away. There was a naval blockade. There were bombers in the air. There were, on both sides, generals urging that the strike come now, before the other man struck first. The whole of human history, everything anyone had ever built or loved or written down, sat balanced on the nerves of two frightened men and the discipline of the people around them. And the worst day was a Saturday. The 27th of October, they would come to call it Black Saturday, the men who lived through it. On that single day, an American spy plane was shot down over Cuba and its pilot killed. On that single day, the pressure to retaliate, to begin the war, became almost unbearable. And on that single day, a second letter arrived from the Soviet Premier, Nikita Khrushchev, raising the price of peace. The first message had been hopeful. This one was harder. It said, "You want us to take our missiles out of Cuba? Fine. Then you take yours out of Turkey." Now you need to understand what was in Turkey, because it's the hinge of everything that follows. The United States had, for some time, stationed nuclear missiles of its own, Jupiter missiles, intermediate range, capable of striking the Soviet Union, in Turkey, right on the Soviet border, pointed in. The mirror image, more or less, of what the Soviets had just tried to do in Cuba. And Khrushchev, on Black Saturday, was saying the obvious thing, the fair thing, the maddening thing. My missiles near you, for your missiles near me. A trade. Take them both away. And here was the trap that closed around the American president, John Kennedy. Because on the merits, the trade was reasonable. Privately, even some of his own advisors thought so, and Kennedy himself could see it. But he could not be seen to take it. Not publicly. To swap the Turkey missiles for the Cuba missiles out in the open would look like surrender. It would look like the Soviets had pointed a gun at America and gotten paid to lower it. It would shake the NATO alliance to its roots, because what is an alliance worth if your protector will trade away your defenses the moment he's personally squeezed? The allies in Turkey, in Europe, would feel sold. The hawks at home would howl. A public trade was, politically, impossible. But a war was unthinkable. So Kennedy did the only thing left. He went into the dark. On the evening of that same Black Saturday, the president quietly sent his brother, Robert Kennedy, the Attorney General, the one man he trusted entirely, to a private meeting with the Soviet ambassador in Washington, a careful, discreet man named Anatoly Dobrinin. No cameras. No record meant to survive. Just the president's brother and the Soviet ambassador in a room, carrying the fate of the world between them. And in that room, Robert Kennedy laid out the real deal. The true one. The one the public would never be shown. He said, in effect, this is what's actually going to happen. The Cuban part of it is what we'll announce. Your missiles out of Cuba. Our pledge not to invade. That's the public deal, the one with both our names on it. But on the other thing, on Turkey, yes. The president agrees. The Jupiter missiles will come out of Turkey. We give you our word. But it cannot be part of any public bargain. It cannot be spoken aloud, or written into any agreement, or hinted at to the press. It will happen quietly, on its own, a few months from now, so that no one can connect it to this crisis. And this is the iron condition, the one that makes the whole thing work. If you ever reveal that this trade was made, the deal is off. We will deny it. We will say it never happened, and there will be no paper anywhere to prove you right. That was the secret clause. Right there. The hidden half of the most famous standoff of the 20th century. The United States would pull its missiles out of Turkey too, the exact trade Khrushchev had demanded. But it would be buried so deep that the world would believe no trade had been made at all. Khrushchev would have to swallow his half of the victory in silence, and let the other man wear the whole of it in public, or risk everyone's life by insisting on the credit. And Khrushchev, to his enormous credit, whatever else you think of the man, took it. The next morning, he announced that the Soviet missiles would come out of Cuba. The crisis broke. The world, which had gone to sleep that night, genuinely unsure it would wake to a world at all, woke instead to peace. The blockade had held. The bombers came home. And the story the world was handed, clean, simple, thrilling, was that the young American president had stared the Russian bear in the eyes, and the bear had blinked. Only about 9 men in the entire United States government knew that wasn't the whole truth. 9. The president, his brother, and a tiny circle of the most senior officials around them. That was the entire population of the secret. Not the cabinet. Not the Congress. Not the NATO allies whose own defenses had just been traded over their heads. Not, and this one always stops me, not even the Vice President of the United States. The man, one heartbeat from the presidency, in the middle of a nuclear crisis, was not told that his own government had made a secret deal to end it. The circle was that small, and that tight, and that frightened of the truth getting out. And then they did something I find genuinely remarkable, chilling and remarkable at once. They didn't just keep the secret. They built the opposite story, brick by brick, and they tended the construction with real care. The president ordered his brother to physically hand back Khrushchev's letter, the one confirming the Turkey side of the deal, so that no written record of the trade would survive in American hands. Think about that. Not lock it away. Not classify it. Return it, so it would not exist where they were. When the missiles finally did come out of Turkey, months later, the officials involved were coached on their language, told to call it a replacement, a routine modernization, anything but a withdrawal, because withdrawal implied a deal. The 2 ambassadors being brought home from Turkey and from Italy were deliberately told not to travel back to Washington at the same time, to stagger their arrivals, so that no sharp-eyed reporter would notice 2 missile envoys turning up together and start asking why. And the heroic public version, the steely president, the blink, the triumph of nerve, was carefully fed out into the friendly press, set in newsprint, cemented into the record while the truth was still warm. They didn't merely hide the bend. They manufactured the stiffness, down to the verb. And it worked. God, it worked. It worked for 27 years. The Jupiter missiles came quietly out of Turkey the following spring, in 1963, with no fanfare and no one connecting the dots. And for more than a quarter of a century after that, the men who knew held the line. They denied it in public, denied it under oath, denied it in their memoirs. One of them, the Secretary of State, would testify before the Senate that there had been no connection between the Turkey missiles coming out and the Cuban crisis going away. No connection. The denial reached so deep that it went past the grave. When Robert Kennedy's own diary of the crisis was published after his death, the passage describing the secret Turkey trade had been quietly cut out of it, edited away. One of the surviving insiders admitted, years later and with startling frankness, that he had taken it upon himself to remove that part, to edit the trade out of a dead man's private record before the public was allowed to read it. Another of them, decades on, put the whole policy in a single flat sentence. There was no leak, he wrote. We denied, in every forum, that there was any deal. In every forum. They didn't just bury the truth. They stood guard over the grave for a generation. The truth finally came up in 1989, 27 years after Black Saturday, at a conference in Moscow. And isn't it fitting, after the night we've had, that it surfaces in Moscow, the old Soviet ambassador, Dobrinin, the discreet man who had sat across from Robert Kennedy in that room, finally described what had actually been said. And others, by then, were ready to confirm it. And the most studied crisis of the entire nuclear age, the 13 days that every general and diplomat and historian had been picking over for a generation, the supposed perfect case study in how to make an enemy back down, turned out to have a hole in the middle of it, the size of the truth. The lesson everyone had drawn from it had been drawn from a fiction. Because that is the cost. That's the thing the concealment actually bought. And the bill for it didn't come due in 1962. It came due slowly, over the decades after, paid by people who never knew they were paying it. Here is what a whole generation of strategists, soldiers, and presidents learned from the Cuban Missile Crisis as they understood it, that toughness works. That if you stand firm, refuse to trade, refuse to give an inch, and stare the other man down, he will be the one to blink. That compromise is weakness and nerve is everything. They learned it from the cleanest example imaginable, the time the young president held the line and the Soviets folded. Except he hadn't held the line. He had traded. He had compromised, sensibly and secretly, and the compromise was very likely what saved the world. The real lesson of those 13 days was almost the exact opposite of the one everyone took away, that at the lip of catastrophe, the thing that pulled humanity back from the edge was not unbending nerve, but a quiet, face-saving, mutual climb-down, a trade dressed up as a triumph, so that both men could afford to make peace. The truth was, he bent, and bending saved us. The myth was, he never bent, and never bending is how you win. And because the truth was buried, it was the myth that went on to sit in the back of the room in every dangerous standoff for the next 40 years, whispering to a generation of leaders that the way to handle the edge of the abyss is to refuse, on principle, to do the very thing that had actually worked. A secret that may have saved every life on Earth in one decade, by teaching the wrong lesson, helped raise the risk in all the decades after. The clause saved the world and then, quietly, misinformed it. And there it is. The last room. Two men at the edge of ending everything, who found their way back not through the strength the world would celebrate, but through a secret weakness the world was never allowed to see. And we are all, every one of us alive tonight, downstream of their decision to lie about how they did it. Which is, I think, as good a place as any to stop walking and start thinking. So let me leave the rooms behind now, and the maps, and the smoke, and gather up what we've actually seen tonight. And that, perhaps, is where we should leave it. We have been, all night, in the company of liars. I don't mean that unkindly. Half of them thought they were saving something, and a few of them were. But strip away the centuries and the costumes and the languages, and the same figure keeps stepping into the room, a person of power, holding a document the world is allowed to see, and standing on a second one the world is not. The peace and the partition, the friendship and the subordination, the statute and its hidden meaning, the victory and the trade, over and over, across more than 500 years, and it was almost never the face you were shown that did the real work. The signature you were meant to read was the decoy. The one beneath it ran the world. And the most useful thing I can tell you, after all of it, is the thing every one of these stories agrees on, no matter how violently they disagree about everything else. None of them stayed buried. Not one. Think back across the night and count the ways the dark gave up its secrets. A revolutionary government threw open the old empire's archives out of pure spite, and the carving of the deserts spilled into the newspapers. Captured film, filed by the very men who drew the line, printed a divided Europe for the world to read. 2 million human beings held hands across 3 nations in the cold, until a superpower was shamed into confessing a page it had denied for 50 years. A courtroom collapsed, and a buried scheme fell out of the wreckage. A nation that was meant to be the victim leaked the secret itself to save its own life. A clock ran out, and the state quietly declassified what it had sworn for decades did not exist. A single legal request pried loose a number hidden for 42 years. One contractor with a copy of a court order undid 7 years of a secret law. And an old ambassador at a conference finally said out loud the thing 9 men had carried to the edge of their graves. Spite, film, hands, a trial, a leak, a clock, a question, a thumb drive, a confession. Every secret on the list had its own door, and every door, in the end, opened. So the quiet truth under all of this isn't that the powerful keep secrets. Of course they keep secrets. It's that the keeping is never the end of the story. It's the loan. A secret is borrowed time, taken out against a future that always, eventually, comes to collect. Some of these were repaid in weeks. Some took a century. The longest, a few terse lines about a handful of islands, hasn't been settled even now, and quietly keeps 2 nations from signing a peace as you lie there listening. But the principle always comes due. Concealment doesn't make a thing untrue. It only decides who finds out, and when, and how much it costs by the time they do. You can hide the page. You cannot unwrite it. And the longer you hold it under, the heavier it tends to land when it floats back up. Now, you know I can't end a night like this without telling you where I'd put my own marker. So here it is, and you're free, as always, to think me a fool for it. Of everyone we sat with tonight, I keep coming back to the men in that last room. Kennedy's secret, the trade buried inside a victory, is, I think, the one that bought the most and cost the least, at least in the moment that mattered. Nearly every other clause on this list lit a fire. That one put one out. A hidden concession that ended a confrontation instead of starting one. that let a terrified world believe a man had simply outstared his enemy, when in truth he had given a little to get a lot, and very possibly handed all of us the ordinary tomorrow we woke up to. If I have to admire one secret keeper, it's the one whose lie kept the lights on. Though I'll grant you the case against me, Dover is the one I'd expect to hear from you. A king who signed 2 whole treaties, one true and one false, and meant only the one no living eye was meant to see. There's a colder, purer artistry in that, and I wouldn't argue too hard with anyone who picked it. Tell me where I've got it wrong. I'd genuinely like to know which rooms stayed with you. But here, at the very end, let me turn the lamp away from the kings and toward you, because I think tonight's stories were quietly about you all along. Every one of these secrets was an agreement with 2 faces, and somewhere in the ordinary machinery of your own life, in the contracts you've signed, and the fine print you let your eyes slide over because the hour was late and the page was long, there have been second faces too. There always are. The clause that matters most in any agreement is, more often than not, the one you were never shown, and the only real defense against it is to remember that it's there, to assume the second signature, to wonder, gently, what the page beneath the page might say. That's the whole of it, the deal beneath the deal, the line you weren't meant to read. It has moved the world for 500 years, in rooms full of smoke you were never invited into, and it is moving, in some smaller and nearer room, still. Sleep well. Watch the fine print, and I'll see you in another life. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, Midnight Magnets. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.